Federal Communications Commission has determined the following content to be emotionally harmful.
Funny things that you think's funny aren't funny.
Give me cocks all the time. I want cocks all over me.
The Alan Cox Show kicks ass, man.
Welcome. Show me what you got.
You're not going to see a lot of cocks on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice.
I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's going to be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it. Come on. God damn it. Put you one time. Kick it. What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Yeah. Oh, hey, we're back live today, Wednesday. Welcome. What's going on? My name's Alan Cox. Thanks for being here. If you have opted to join us, do appreciate it. Say hi to Rob Anthony. He's right over there.
What's up, man? Welcome back.
We were both out of town for a few days. And even though I mentioned it in passing a couple of times last week, there are large portions of our audience that become apoplectic when we're not here, which I take as a compliment. You know, it's when the messages start to get real accusatory.
Yeah.
I don't understand. You know, I appreciate you wanting us to be here, but I mentioned last week a couple of times that I was going to be home in Chicago Monday and Tuesday of this week for my dad's memorial mass, which was yesterday. Yesterday was unbelievably, the third anniversary of my dad passing away. His funeral was 2 days before Father's Day in 2022. And it's pretty wild. But still, people are you guys okay?
Had a wellness check at my house.
A wellness check, yeah, right.
Jeez.
DJ Jake C sent us, he made an AI song, is that what that was? Usually his compositions are things that he kind of puts together. This sounded like an AI song, though.
Where the hell are Alan and Rob? They vanish like a ghostly mob.
You and I are a mob.
Left their drinks and hit the night, chasing trouble out of sight. Their chairs are cold, their laughter's gone. The jukebox hums the same old song. They left no clue, no farewell note, just the echo of a joke they wrote. Where the hell
the seats aren't super cold. I mean, there's farts in them probably. And,
oh, yeah.
You know, yeah. Anyway, I was going out of town for a few days, and so Rob goes, well, I'm going to go home then. Well, home to Rhode Island. It's funny, you know, I used to go, for a long time, I went through the motions of Mass. You know, I grew up hardcore Catholic, and my mom still goes, and I think, for the most part, my siblings and I have all arrived at the same conclusion, which is that we think it's all nonsense, and so it's just not relevant in our lives. However, you know, I do it in deference to my mom. I do it out of respect for my mom and to memorialize my father, of course. By the way, I did get a message from somebody last week. They said, your dad's dead, you should get over it, which I thought was an odd take, by the way. It hasn't been 30 years, it's been 3. There's people whose parents have been dead for 30 years and they're still not over it, so that's a whole other thing. But nevertheless, you know, I go in deference to my mom, but for a long time, I would still kind of go through the motions, you know. I would still do the sign of the cross, I still do some of the prayers, but they've changed so much of the wording now that I'm like, I'm not learning new stuff when I really don't care.
And with your spirit.
Well, but they closed, like, you know, a weekday morning mass. And again, I've talked about this. I grew up with my mom taking us every weekday to mass. This is on top of going to Catholic school, mind you. So when there were days where you'd go to mass in school, which meant a double mass day for AC. But my mom would take us, you know, so as a general rule, those weekday morning masses, it's kind of an express mass, right? You're not in there for an hour. Yeah, they do a quick this and that, and there aren't as many people, obviously, and so you're in and out of there maybe 25 minutes. So it's no big inconvenience. This was an 8:15 mass yesterday morning for my dad, and I was going to go out to the cemetery after, whatever. But they closed the mass down. And again, I don't know any of the clergy. I don't know who these priests are. The people that I see in the congregation who I remember are like parents of kids I went to school with. But, of course, now these parents are very old. So maybe I recognize them. 9 times out of 10, they'll recognize me before I recognize them. But they closed with like some prayer I'd never heard about Satan and battles and avenging angels. And I'm like, I'm not learning anything new. I said to my brother, I go, why are they coming up with new prayers? The thing's been around for a couple thousand years where they're like, we got to get the kids into this claptrap. Why are they coming up with new stuff? Like the old stuff isn't relevant. Why are they coming up with new stuff? That's why nobody ever creates new religion. Well, they do, but there are people who create new religions, but they never create them because they want to be more inclusionary. They create them because they want to be more exclusionary. But other than that, the old stuff is still the old stuff, and it was fine. But it was just, I'm just kind of sitting there through the whole thing, which is fine. It was a service for my dad. But it feels very, very strange to be there because all my siblings were there. And my mom, but it's just weird to kind of sit there and not go through the motions. I'm not doing any of the stuff I did growing up. My mom still does all of it. But other than that, it was fine. Spent a bit of time at the cemetery. As I'm leaving the cemetery, by the way, my mom shows me a text she gets from one of her gentleman callers.
Oh, no.
I go, Mom, we're at the goddamn cemetery.
Yeah, how about not now?
Hey, I got an idea.
Give me 5 minutes.
Yeah. And it was I was home for a fraction of the time that I was on the road, right? The trip there, the trip back. And so that was pretty wild. And Father's Day is this Sunday. And you got to go glass half full, Rob. You and I both. We don't have to buy anything for Father's Day.
That is a good thing.
Everybody else, and your dad's been gone longer, but everybody else on Father's Day racking their brain what to get Dad. He's got all the tools. I'm not going to get him a tie. We don't have to concern ourselves with that.
It's always a drag when I go back, too, because my brother's name is the same as my dad. So my brother doesn't go to the cemetery often. So when I go, I'm like the only person that goes, and I'm not there. You know what I mean? So it's been over a year, right? So everything's overgrown, and I'm sitting on the ground moving, pulling grass and trying to make it look respectable.
Yeah.
It's such a drag that, like, I don't know, man. You spend your whole life here and then that.
Get out there with a weed whacker.
It's just, I don't know, man. It makes you question all of it, really. It's really a drag. It's like, dude, what do I have to do to make people come and make sure that there's like, you can see my name on a piece of stone,
It's all very much a drag, yes.
God.
That's why I'm going to be cremated. I'm going to get buried. Screw that. You want to come visit me, walk to the mantle. That's where I'll be. But anyway, I think I didn't see it, but somebody told me that you posted that why we were gone because people were hitting you up.
I did. I got so many emails.
I did too, but I'm like, I mentioned this last week. And again, I understand people aren't listening all the time, so they might not have heard me mention it. And as a general rule, I don't tell people when we're going to be out because who cares? And then I remember, because people have habits. They come here at 2 o'clock or whatever, Some people were, Brian was perfectly fine with it.
Actually, I'll be sad when you go. I'm just waiting for the next asshole to replace you.
Right, exactly. So he's very sanguine about the whole thing, right? He doesn't let it get him down.
No.
If I'm not here, good for you. He's got some good ways to think about it there, I guess.
Yeah, I just felt that I had to say. Normally, I would say nothing, but I was just like, I have to. This is insane.
Yeah, I didn't see that.
Everybody's like, "Are you guys? Did you get fired?" I'm like, "No. If we did, would they be playing stuff of us on the air?"
Yeah, right.
I'm like, "No, we're good." Like Alan talked about being off a few times.
Tell you what, they fire us, they better just turn the lights off here because we're going to be the last ones out. Do me a favor. Yeah. So anyway, but again, people can get snippy about it. But again, in my brain, I go, well. In a weird way, that's them being complimentary.
Correct.
Because they want to talk to us. Anyway, you can. I've got a break. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007 if you want to call us. We're going to talk to Sammy Hagar later on around 3:30. Sammy's got some new music we're going to talk about. I think he's doing some dates. He's on that iHeartRadio Music Festival. I don't even know if he knows that. So maybe I'll break that news to him. And then whatever else, 35192. Send me a text there. You can watch at our YouTube channel, and we'll be back.
This is the Alan Cox Show. Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or whatever smart device you have. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
This September, our iHeartRadio Music Festival
presented by Capital One
is coming back to Las Vegas.
September 19th and 20th, streaming live only on Hulu. And you can be there for a weekend full of superstar performances.
Starring
The Offspring,
Jelly Roll,
Sammy Hagar, Justice, John Fogerty,
and more. 15 artists, 2 nights, 1 stage.
Capital One cardholders can score their iHeartRadio Music Festival tickets right now before anyone else. Tickets are only available while pre-sale tickets last or until Friday, June 13th at 1 p.m. Eastern. And that's not all. Add a Capital One Access Pass to your pre-sale purchase to attend an exclusive pre-concert event with a private performance from LL Cool J on Friday or Jelly Roll on Saturday. Only available during the cardholder pre-sale. Pre-sale tickets are limited and will go fast. So visit iHeartRadio.com/Capital One to buy now. And we'll see you
at our 2025 iHeartRadio Music Festival.
Thinking about buying your first home? Now, with Third Federal, you can buy your first home and pay no PMI. Hi, I'm Mark Stefanski, Chairman and CEO of Third Federal. Private mortgage insurance, or PMI, can cost thousands of dollars over the life of your loan. And you may not realize PMI doesn't protect you. It only protects the lender in case of default. But at Third Federal, you can buy a home with just 5% down and no PMI. Plus, first-time home buyers get $750 off of closing costs. So if you're thinking about buying your first home, go for it and visit thirdfederal.com.
Even before you find a home, lock in 6.625%, APR 6.685% on a 30-year fixed-rate purchase mortgage. Visit thirdfederal.com or call 1-800-3rd-FED today. APR reflects 15% down for $350,000 loan amount. Rate requires automatic payment program and is subject to change. Restrictions apply. See conditions for closing cost coupon at thirdfederal.com/FTHB. Equal housing lender.
The Jeep brand has always stood for American freedom. And now we're standing with you with Employee Pricing Plus. Hurry into your Jeep brand dealer for details today and join the family. Jeep, there's only one. Offer valid on select 2024 and 2025 Jeep brand vehicles for non-FCA employees and retirees. $200 admin fee applies. Not all buyers will qualify. Restrictions apply. Does not apply to leases. Ends 6/30/25. Jeep is a registered trademark of FCA US LLC.
Rocket.com is the new home for all things home ownership. Whether you're buying your first home, finding your next one, or unlocking home equity to fund one of your dreams, there's only one destination that has everything you need to get started all under one roof. Get started today at Rocket.com. Rocket, own the dream.
So, I was just parking my car, and then I saw you. The gecko. Huge fan.
I'm always honored to meet fans out in the wild.
The honor is mine. I just love being able to file a claim in under 2 minutes with the Geico app.
Well, the Geico app is top-notch.
I know you get asked this all the time, but could you sign it?
Sign what? The app? Yeah, sure.
Oh, that means so much. Oh, it rubbed off the screen when I touched it. Could you sign it again?
Anything to help, I suppose.
You're the best.
Get more than just savings. Get more with Geico.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, Mackenzie here for Ken Ganley Volkswagen, where you'll find a great selection of VW models. Drive the 2025 Jetta Sport, $199 a month, $199 at Ken Ganley Volkswagen North Olmsted and Willoughby Hills. I want to see you in a Ken Ganley VW.
36 monthly, $39.95 down, 7,500 miles per year, plus tax, title, registration, and doc fee with no security deposit on approved credit through 4-Leaf FCU. Sale price $26,159, VIN 3BWPX7BU3SM063281, expires 6/30/25.
Rock and roll all night with Mr. Speed, the Ultimate Kiss Tribute Band, June 13th at Crusher Stadium. Experience the face paint, pyrotechnics, and iconic hits live. Tickets at LakeErieCrushers.com.
Bank of America is the nation's leading business lender, and we're ready to help with your next goal here in Cleveland. That's why we have over 3,700 local business specialists across the country. Because with the right team, your business and community prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA Club World Cup 2025. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
This is Kevin Moret from Mentality. Men, you're being robbed of your potential. Research shows a shocking 1% annual decline in testosterone levels. That's why building muscle feels impossible and your confidence is at an all-time low. But here's the truth. You're not alone in this uphill battle. Mentality's physician-directed, FDA-approved treatment doesn't just level the playing field, it restores your body's powerful balance. Our patients experience a documented 30% increase in their testosterone levels. Stop struggling and turn this around. Defy the odds and reclaim your masculine edge at mentalityhealth.com/radio.
When there's a problem with your plumbing, you need a fix fast and at your convenience, not ours. Hi, I'm Doug Jackson with Jackson Comfort. I've seen it all. From toys thrown down the toilet and clogged shower drains to broken water heaters and leaky faucets. At Jackson Comfort, we're home of the 1-hour appointment window. You simply pick the hour that works best for you, and we take care of the rest. Call or visit us online at jacksoncomfort.com because convenience is comfortable.
A healthy body needs good food. This summer, the Ohio Department of Education and Workforce is sponsoring Sun Meals, a summer food program where kids eat free. Children under 18 receive healthy meals and no sign-up is required. Locations may be right in your neighborhood. Call 1-866-348-6479 or visit education.ohio.gov/kidseat for meal locations and times. That's education.ohio.gov/kidseat.
Cleveland Clothing Company, the land's one-stop shop for all things Cleveland. Cleveland tees, hoodies, accessories, and the official WMMS Buzzard gear. All 4 locations around town and online. Use the promo code BARBECUE for 20% off all through the month of June. Shop now, clevelandclothing.com, the brand of the land.
Oh, tasty high note. Oh, hi, don't mind me. I'm practicing my new baritone sax. I just heard PayPal's paying for people's stuff every day for 100 days, and there's 10 million up for grabs. All you have to do is use PayPal checkout online. So there's never been a better time to buy a few things off the old wish list. Like this leaf blower! PayPal could pay for your purchase. The Great PayPal Checkout.
No purchase necessary ends July 18th. See official rules at paypal.com/thegreatpaypalcheckout/terms. Participating merchants only must use PayPal checkout online. Coverage of up to $100 and eligible purchases per card.
Protect your home and auto with a bundle from Progressive so you can stop worrying about them and invent new things to worry about, like snakes in your bedroom. Sure, that sounds incredibly irrational, but now that we've mentioned it, you are a little worried. The odds of one snake, let alone snakes plural, are so slim. But you might want to check. Oh, you're not near your bedroom. Guess you'll just have to sit there and worry about it. So let Progressive protect your home and auto, because you've got enough to worry about. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Traffic. From the Elkin Elk Traffic Center, serious lawyers for serious injuries. Call 1-800-ELK, Ohio. Looking like you're up to speed and accident-free on the highways. You are dealing with a crash, Clark Avenue at West 65th. And a construction reminder, the I-77 northbound ramp to 480 West is closed through early July for bridge work. See something we don't? Give our tip line a call, 216-986-8888. I'm Mike Ross from the Total Traffic Center.
This report is sponsored by Wayside Furniture. Shop now and save big on sleep solutions from Wayside Furniture, Akron's trusted local mattress store for 88 years. Wayside in Akron, 1367 Canton Road near the intersection of Route 224. Keeping it local since 1937.
June is champion season, and Fox Sports Radio is where you come to talk about it. NBA Finals, OKC, and Indiana are going off.
Tyrese Halliburton is here to stay.
Stanley Cup Panthers and Oilers are bringing the heat.
Can the Panthers make it back-to-back?
MLB is getting straight spicy.
Ohtani, he's better than Babe Ruth.
To the ice, to the diamond. Get the takes, guests, and stay locked in. Search Fox Sports Radio and make it your next preset on the free iHeartRadio app.
The words radio and Ohio both end in I-O. And I-O is one of the moons of Jupiter. Have fun trying to figure out whatever the that means. I-O, I-O. It's the Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007. You want to join us live? 35192. Give me a text. Guardians hoping to avoid the sweep. They got leapfrogged by the Twins for second spot in the division. So the Guards are down a third there behind Minnesota and Detroit. They've had mixed results recently. They're hoping to avoid the sweep this afternoon against the Reds. Reds took the first two games in that series. 5-1 Cleveland right now here at home, bottom of the fourth. Already the bottom of the fourth. I guess they've been playing for over an hour.
Yeah.
Things get crazy, obviously, down here at 668 Euclid when there's an afternoon Guardians game. And so I kind of did a lap today. Amazing day outside. Fantastic day for a ball game in Cleveland, Ohio. And so they're over there at Progressive Field, hoping to grab one in this series against Tito Francona and the Cincinnati Reds in the shadow of his pizza shop, like they're mocking Cleveland, Ohio. Guardians will go to Seattle starting Friday, play the Mariners over the weekend. Then they'll go down the road to play the Giants in San Francisco, scoot over to Sacramento, play the A's, come back home end of the month. So they got a pretty lengthy road trip on the way. Somebody emailed me, who was this from? It was from, and I was obviously, it is geared toward, from Bob, that the Rhode Island accent is going away. This is something that Bob read in his hometown paper, the Canton Repository, but it was pulled from USA Today. And you were home, by the way. I was home for a few days for my dad's memorial, and you were home in Rhode Island.
Yep.
And the article was that the Rhode Island accent is endangered. Now, I have to assume that you probably heard this a lot over the past few days.
Oh, yeah.
And I don't know that when I think of New England, I just think of the Boston accent.
Right.
I don't know the way that these other things are tweaked. But they said that the Rhode Island accent, as they know it, and they were speaking to a woman who's lived there her entire life, a woman from Smithfield, Rhode Island, the distinctive nasal twang and dropped eyes. I assume that's what they mean. I did watch a bit of Family Guy over the weekend. And I never got it. It was, I crashed with my brother and watching a little bit of Family Guy because it just happened to be on next or whatever. And I was like, I always chuckle, but I never got crazy into Family Guy. But the accent is quite exciting. And this article says that the Rhode Island accent might be headed for extinction.
I mean, you should tell people in Rhode Island that because it ain't going anywhere.
Well,
as far as
I'm not quite sure what they mean by that. I mean, if they're talking to a 43-year-old woman who's like, everybody sounded like this when I was a kid, like, well, people move, what I mean? There's, when you used to go to the South, my dad was born in Mississippi, but he grew up in Alabama. When you used to go down the South, everybody used to talk like that. Now, Atlanta is a world-class city, right? And so you've got, multiple headquarters of multinational corporations. You've got amazing museums and restaurants and nightlife down there. You've got universities. And so Atlanta is really a world-class city. And it's very, very diverse. So even in kind of out-of-the-way parts of the South, not everybody sounds like that anymore. Like they're walking around without shoes.
Right.
There are still people who sound like that, obviously. But they... Rhode Island accent in this article is described as a mixture of influences from Boston and New York. It likely was shaped by immigration from Italy, Portugal, and Ireland.
Oh yeah, it's there, man. And I think it's like anything else, though. I don't know that it necessarily goes away, but kids don't sound as much like their parents as they used to. I mean, you were from Chicago, right? Like kids just sort of sounded like their parents. They sounded like their grandparents. Now, with the amount kids are watching, television and YouTube, and they're in school and they're doing all these things differently than we did when we were young. So the influences are there elsewhere. So those accents sort of start to go away.
Not only that, but I didn't grow up with I was going to say I didn't grow up with a Chicago accent. I didn't grow up in that kind of thing. However,
like the Pope,
when I first moved to Pennsylvania, where they have a very distinct thing going on there, the Yinzer thing. Not to a person, but it's, when I oh, God, Donnie, You know, you can go into the Pittsburgh thing. It's a very specific thing. It's kind of a mix of West Virginia and Appalachia, whatever. And those things are fascinating to me. When I first got to Pennsylvania, people were like, boy, you really have a Midwest accent. I was like, really, do I? And they heard something different. But I noticed the places that I've lived, I have just picked up over the time living there certain things. Like I say Florida. I don't say Florida. I say Florida.
My mom says
which
that.
feels like a East Coast thing. I don't mean to do it. Somebody not that long ago, a friend of mine was like, what did you say? Because I said orange juice.
My mother says
My
orange.
sister goes, orange?
Yeah.
What the hell? Orange? I go, I don't know.
That's funny.
I say some things a certain way, and so I can only assume that it came from, I lived in Pennsylvania almost 10 years. And, you know, if you go into Philly, it's like water and things like that for water. It wasn't like that, but yeah, so I find myself and I don't even think about it until someone either in my family or somebody who's known me a long time, they go, what is going on? And so when they talk about the Rhode Island accent going away, I'll just read this as written. Missing R's are a notable feature. Another notable feature is putting R's on words that don't belong.
Oh, yeah.
Soda, banana.
Yep.
I always think of that as a New York thing, though, you know.
My grandfather always, soda. That was the...
Soda.
Always. Robbie, you want a soda? I guess. I'd go for a soda. Yeah.
Rhode Islanders tend to speak quickly, and so consonants like D's and T's get lost. So bottle ends up sounding more like ball. Well, it's like Baltimore. They don't pronounce the T. If you go to Baltimore. But I find those things fascinating, though. I love regional kind of, and so when they talk about them going away, it's not even that, because for something to become homogenous, it would have to be, things would have to, like different regionalisms would all become a different thing, like one different thing. So they're never going to go away completely, but it is interesting, you know, as people move around and fewer people are, like you said, exposed to those, you know, through their lineage. But these are regional dialects or sounds that go East Coast, goes way back, right? I mean, those are the first places that were settled. So
yeah.
They go way back. That's why it's interesting to me.
So you do orange, you do, what was the first
Florida.
one? Florida. How do you say Italy?
Italy. If you're Italian, you know where you come from.
No,
Italy.
Italy. Yeah, me too. But a lot of people from where I'm from, it's Italy. Italy.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, where does that come from?
So how come you don't sound like that?
I don't know.
Okay.
I do know, actually. I've been in radio since I was 17 years old, and I've moved around a lot. You know, so the easiest way,
regionally neutral dialect.
Yeah, I mean, I never had that Massachusetts, New England accent. You know, but I was home. I mean, I bounced around everywhere. I was in Massachusetts and Rhode Island. But I noticed in talking even with my friends, a lot of those things, I was like, wow, I guess I could easily fall into that again when I listened to the things they said. And I'm not saying like, hey, dude, I was driving in a car. Like nobody I know sounds like that.
Right, like a parody.
Right, yeah. But some of the stuff, I was like, wow, I could easily hear it and be like, wow, that I could slip right back into that easily.
Well, it's like, I think of there are different British dialects, right? If you're English, you can tell and a lot of it is class-based, obviously. Cockney accent is considered to be more blue-collar than blue blood. But I have to assume that's part of New England, too.
Oh, yeah.
Because those regionalisms go so far back. I mean, literally to people who came over on boats.
They could call themselves swamp Yankees and stuff. Like.
Oh, seriously?
Oh, yeah. Swamp Yankees. Yeah, and that's a big thing, like in that part of Rhode Island where I was from. Or where I lived. I shouldn't say where I was from. But that's like right in the middle of the state. You know what I mean? So you got some of the backwoods folks and that sort of stuff. And I mean, there's generations and generations and generations of people that have never left that particular part of Rhode Island, not even the state. Just like, oh man, like going to Providence, 20 minutes away.
Providence.
Like, pack a lunch, dude. You're gone for 3 days, kid.
Swamp Yankee is what I got charged with years ago when I was caught masturbating in New Orleans.
Yankee, baby.
Yeah, we're back.
Masturbation jokes are back, kid.
Kid still got it. Yeah. But, you know, is part of the article, many young professional singles say they won't date a person who has a Rhode Island accent. Well, that's unfortunate. Why wouldn't you do? I love everything about you, but that accent, I'm sorry, I just can't. Nothing wrong with that.
Get bent, you dirty bitch. Who do you think you are? You think you're something special? Look at you.
You think you're better than me?
You think you're better than me with that? Look at you. Good God, dude. This broad.
This broad. Oh, God.
Oh, see, I told you I was home.
Yeah.
Oh, it's going to be there for a while, too.
Right. Yeah, so Bob sent me that. He's like, oh, you love the show, blah, blah, blah. His wife, I guess, is a reporter with the Canton Repository. But he's like, you should show this to Rob.
It's here to stay, Bob.
He said, I hate the accent, but I majored in sociology, so I find it intriguing.
I hate you too, Bob. All right, you hate the accent?
Yeah. Hey, if you listen to us on the iHeartRadio app, there's that little red talkback button there. You can drop us messages.
Alan, Dave from Mentor. Hey, a couple days behind in the podcast, but they were talking about cutting your hair would look so much better. You said you didn't care. But I thought, Mr. Cox, that you said it's better to look good than feel good. So, yeah. How does that fall into place compared to, wearing jeans or sweatpants outside of the house? Peace!
Dave brings up a good point. I do say it's better to look good than to feel good. Why does everybody feel compelled to subject other people to their every thought and whim? Just fix yourself up and go out, right? If you look good, you're going to feel good.
But I think that
I've gone off on like people walking around in their SpongeBob pajama pants at Walmart. I mean, listen, you do you, but I believe that. Well, no, we were talking about somebody said that because I'm growing my hair out, somebody said, looks terrible, you should cut it. I said, I didn't ask you, but I do look better. I will concede that I do look way better with short hair. I'm just a long hair guy.
Yeah, but again, you look good. You like the way you look. So the guy answered his own question. If you like it, you like long hair. That's why you're doing it. No, I don't
like the way I look right now.
No, not right now, but you like yourself with long hair.
I don't like myself at all.
Well, that's a good point, too. I can relate to that.
That's why the hair has got nothing to do with it. I'll bear all the slings and arrows you got. But, yeah, better to look good than to feel good, Dave. You're right. I have said that. And if you've been with me for any length of time, my answer is simply this. I contain multitudes. I don't know what to tell you. One day I'm saying one thing, next day I'm saying the next. But I do believe that. I think it's better to look good than to feel good.
I'm just jealous.
Of?
Oh, that hair.
Oh,
I would love to have. Are you kidding me?
It's all gray.
Look at that hair.
Yeah, but I look like a friggin' sociology professor who lost his tenure.
Again, anytime you're starting to feel down a little bit, have a look to your left.
Let me see.
Look at this guy.
Look at this guy. Cute.
Look at this guy right here.
Oh, Robbie.
Starting to feel better now, Alan?
I guess you didn't see your mom when you went to Rhode Island.
I did not.
She's down in
she's
Florida.
Back in Florida, yeah, but she was just here for 10 days. So, yeah,
I know. So,
we're good for a year.
Wait, so who did you see? Like friends
or
family?
Yeah. So I flew home. My goddaughter, my best friend Tony, I've talked about him before. He passed away 4 years ago. He's only 44 when he died.
Yep.
His daughter graduated nursing school, and she had a graduation party, and she invited me. I'm her godfather, and, I was like, oh, I got to go, right? Like, multiple reasons I have to go, but especially for Tony, right? Yep. So I flew home. I surprised her. She didn't know I was coming. His parents didn't know that I was coming. So a lot of tears, a lot of, it was nice.
Nice surprise.
Very, very nice surprise. And then that night, I went and I stayed with my other best friend, Keith. We had dinner. It was great. And then I stayed with my brother for a full day on Sunday. And back to Rhode Island on Monday, and I saw a few friends there, and then I flew out in the afternoon.
Mm-hmm.
So I bounced around a lot. I saw a lot of people. It was fun,
kind of a nice in and out, as it were.
Exactly.
Yes.
Yeah. And I got a great flight into Providence. I had to fly to Myrtle Beach to fly to Providence because apparently those airlines have never seen a map. So
yeah, it is amazing the way they go. Well, that's our hub.
Right.
I go. Okay, I understand what you're saying, but if I want to go to Toronto, and I mean, if I go to Toronto, I normally drive, but it's like, let's say I was going to fly to Toronto. I'm like, why am I going through Salt Lake City?
Right.
Yeah, it's crazy how you go on some of these flights.
But it wasn't bad at all. I never got off the plane. I was in first class. It was great.
Oh, pardon me.
Well, here's what I love.
First class.
Well, see,
you know
Alan,
I've never flown first class. I can't identify with this.
You're not me, Alan, and there's certain things that I refuse to do.
I know you.
Sitting in the back with
refined
commoners,
and you like the good life. And I understand.
Using the same facilities as the person in 27D. Are you out of your goddamn mind?
Using plastic utensils.
Are you nuts? Paying for a drink? Papoo.
Tepid cookies?
No.
No. All right.
Sir, may we get you a beverage? You may. And you can start with a Manhattan, please.
You may. May we get you a beverage?
You may.
You may. And could you accompany that with a hot, wet face towel,
What would you like for a snack? Would you like some chips? I said chips. Bring the charcuterie board, please, woman.
What I like is a snack. How about the flight attendant up by the forecastle there? How about that?
You ain't kidding.
Oof.
Well, yeah, no, it was the airline that I flew. I do have to preface this when I say I flew first class because I do sound kind of snooty. I flew Breeze out of Akron because it's an easy flight to Providence. And they have this thing where
I haven't even heard of Breeze.
Oh, it's great. I really, it's another one of those discount airlines, right? Excuse me. It's another one of those discount airlines.
Yeah.
And basically, it's the dude that started JetBlue. All right, so he started this new airline. It's the cheap flights, once a day type, those same things like you would get on, I don't know, Allegiant or any of those other ones. Pardon me. And they send this email before your flight if first class isn't full, and it's a bid site. It's basically an auction. So you put in your bid. You say, okay, I'll pay $75 per ticket to per leg to go into first class. And if they accept your bid, you get a first class ticket. That's what I did. So they're just the flights weren't full. So I ended up at first class, and I paid like $60 in addition of my normal ticket to go. So it was well worth it. You know what I mean? That's where the leg room was. It was nice.
Wow.
And for a man like me, Alan, I mean, it was no, Delta first class where I get
understand.
my pillow and get a free hander.
Yes.
Nothing like that.
Free hander.
Yeah. I didn't get that, but I did get get the preferential treatment. It was nice.
Wow, look at you.
Had quite a few beverages on board.
Okay.
That was nice. Yeah, it was good, man.
Has David Lee Roth ever flown first class? You know?
Oh, yes. I love it. He's still here.
Dave, are you drunk on the flight?
Yes, I am.
All right, good. People, my inquiring minds want to know if he's having fun.
Every time I asked him, I said, excuse me, Mr. Lee Roth, may I get out to use the restroom, please?
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Mr. Lee Roth.
Mr. Lee Roth.
Yeah.
Mr. D. Lee Roth.
Yep. Any good stories from the road, Dave?
I'll tell you all about it.
All right, good. Well, I'm going to watch a movie on my iPad first, and then...
He was telling me all about The Simple Life. He was a fantastic...
I found the simple life.
Yeah, that's that. He was a big fan of that show with Paris Hilton.
Oh, he loved it.
Yeah.
Huge fan of that show.
Big fan, yeah. Are you training for the Iron Man, Dave?
Oh, God, I'm running.
So, dude, you mentioned that.
Swimming and the biking are next.
I was in Springfield, apparently.
Springfield, Mass.
Yes, sorry. And they've not done this. Like, I guess it started last year. They do the Springfield, Massachusetts Ironman, okay? So it's the bike, it's the run, it's the swim. And the biggest story in the area while I was there was they had to cancel the swim in the Connecticut River because of Code Brown.
Oh, yeah, there's E. coli out there.
Dude, but what I can't fathom, Springfield, Massachusetts is known for this chemical treatment plant called Bondi's Island.
Yeah.
It does not matter what time of day it is, what time of year it is. It smells like ass 24/7. It just stinks. And when it rains, guess what happens? It overflows.
Sewer overflow, yeah.
Right. And they got a certain amount of runoff. So even if it didn't overflow, you're still dodging biscuits. They canceled the swim portion. And
that's how bad it got. It got so bad that they wouldn't even swim through raw sewage anymore.
My question is, how bad is so bad? Any bad is so bad. When you're swimming in a river full of crap, wouldn't you think, I'll skip the swim part? It was for, I think the grand prize, if they won it, was like $80,000, which is cool. One person wins $80,000. I'm not going to win. I'm not getting in that water without a condom on and a cork in my ass.
Yeah.
What are these people out of their minds?
Yep. Dave, that's pretty gross, right?
Yeah. That was the noise he made when he went.
Yeah. Well, that's a bummer. So what will they do then?
They took
they removed the swim part?
Just took the swim part out.
Oh.
And I'm like, well, then it's a biathlon.
Well, I was going to say, then if you're somebody who's intent on doing Iron Man competitions, that's an asterisk.
Of course.
Yeah.
I was reminded nearly instantly what a toilet Springfield, Massachusetts is. Literally.
Wow.
Going back there. It's been a long time since I spent any good amount of time in Springfield. My brother lives, closer to
and all of your Iron Man training for naught.
For naught.
Yeah, what a bummer.
But again, you sign up knowing that you're going to swim in this water.
Yeah.
You know that, this is so important to me. I'm one of 1,400 people that are going to swim in the bowel-infested Connecticut River.
Yeah.
For what?
Yeah.
What do you have to prove?
My stroke is going to be batting away turds.
That's it.
Half the time.
Swim with your mouth closed.
Oh, God.
Yeah, no way, dude. No way.
We are doing an advanced screening of the new Jurassic Park movie. I think this is the one with Scarlett Johansson in it. I saw a commercial for it the other night. Mahershala Ali is in it, too. It's called Jurassic World Rebirth. Somehow, nobody has figured out that Jurassic Park is a bad idea in the movies, right? So they keep going out there. Everybody's going to figure it out. We are doing an advanced screening of Jurassic World Rebirth. It is in theaters everywhere, Wednesday, July 2nd, just in time for the Independence Day weekend. We are going to do a screening a few days prior, Monday, June 30th, out of the Phoenix Theater's Great Northern Mall. You and a pal can go. Want to see Jurassic World Rebirth before everybody else. Caller 10. You'll get this pair. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7
WMMS.
Mr. Hero is celebrating their 60th anniversary, and WMMS wants
for him. Plus, buy one, get the second at half price on games, books, music, and more with Target Circle. Only at Target. Restrictions apply.
From the all-new Avon Lake Chrysler Studios, we say yes.
Portions of the following program were pre-recorded.
The Buzzard.
The home of the buzzer.
Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
My name's Alan Cox, and my show sucks.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
Here comes old Rose, she's looking mighty fine. Here comes Hot Nancy, she's stepping right on time.
Were you a fan of one Robert Seger?
Yes, sir.
Love Bob Seger.
Love Bob Seger.
I spent a lot of time on the air there in Michigan, his home state. My wife's a huge Bob Seger fan. Saw him here years ago. We were second row at, I guess, what was still the Q. It was Bob Seger and the Jay Giles Band opening.
Oh, yeah.
Peter Wolf. And
Hell of a show.
It was fantastic. Yeah. It was me and Chris Tyler, our old program director, and my wife. And anyway, so I'm listening to, as I'm driving this long trip back yesterday from Chicago, I'm just kind of punching around, and this song comes on, Fire Down Below, right off of the Night Moves album. Like a high watermark for Bob Seger. And I've worked in radio for 30 years. I've worked classic rock. I've played the song a billion times. I've heard it a billion more. And I'm driving, and I'm just kind of, most of my trip back was in silence. I had the radio off. But I punched it on a little bit, and this was on. And I go, oh my God. And again, it's not like I've never listened to the lyrics. It just, for whatever, clicked. I'm like, this song is about being horny, not ambitious.
Are you serious?
Yes.
You never knew that?
I'm dead serious. It's called Fire Down Below. So that tells you how sick I am. I go, this is about getting people to be their best selves. Like fire in your belly. This entire time, like, oh, it's about people who are going to make their mark on the world. Yeah, and then I'm just happen to be driving. I go, oh my God, it's about being horny.
Yeah.
The Fire Down Below is they have boners and hot crotch.
Right.
Yeah.
That's hysterical.
Yeah. I'm like, how did I not know this?
I don't know.
The ghost of my grandma told me.
Boner.
Yeah, horny, not ambitious.
It's just amazingly horny. You also know what Night Moves is about, right?
I know what
you know
Night
that they're
Moves
not
is
just
about. I know.
Doing a shuffle. They're not out there dancing.
This is what I'm saying. Is as many times as I've heard the song, for whatever reason, I thought Fire Down Below was like fire in your belly.
You just listen to the words closely.
I know.
I've got a big erection. Ripping through my pants.
Yeah.
When I asked this lady if she wanted to dance.
Here comes old Rosie. Again, I know the lyrics. I've heard the lyrics a million times. Happens out in Vegas. Happens in Moline. Shout out to the Quad Cities.
Yep.
Blue blood streets in Boston, right? So it doesn't matter what class you are.
Everybody
Up in Berkeley,
gets boners.
Everybody gets boners.
That's the theme.
Rosie looks fine, and Nancy's out there, and
they all have one thing in common.
They got the fire down below.
They're all horned up.
Yes.
That's great.
Here comes the rich man. Here comes the poor man, the lawyer and the cop. Yeah, this entire 1976. It's not like I was paying attention to this when I was a kid. I was 5, right?
No, but still, you said
again,
you played it 8,000 times.
I've worked in classic rock radio. I've worked, I'm a Bob Seger fan in general. And
but
yeah, I was like, what?
To your credit, you mentioned talking to Sammy Hagar in a bit.
Yeah, about an hour.
I didn't know that Love Walks In was a legit thing about an alien he thinks he saw.
Yeah, it's a little on the nose because he uses alien in the song, and Sammy is one of these guys. I'm glad you reminded me of that. I'm going to mention it to him. He's one of these guys who believes he was abducted.
Yeah, and I always thought that it was all just metaphors.
Allegory, yeah, sure.
Yeah,
of
like
course.
I didn't think that was real. And then I was having drinks with my buddy one night, and he's like, "Hey, you know, this song is all about him being abducted by aliens, right?" And I'm like, "Shut up!" So I looked it up, and I was like,
Well, because he sings about like traveling across the Milky Way.
Yeah. It's wild. Never had, and again, like you said, you put alien in it. I guess I probably should have known, but nope, no idea.
Well, but again, alien could be in any song, and you wouldn't think that it was meant literally.
Sure.
Almond-shaped gray skin probing you.
Oops.
But, yeah.
He stopped short of saying that, I suppose.
Right, yes. Well, what's the next line? Some kind of alien waits for the opening.
I think he means
Simply pulls a string.
They actually mean that metaphorically.
Love comes walking in. Well, now you're sending me mixed signals here, Sammy, and I'm going to have to figure out unequivocally what he means.
Yeah, he's probed.
Yeah, Sammy Hagar around 3:30. He hasn't been on the show in a minute.
I'm excited for that one, man.
Yeah. He's on the iHeartRadio Music Festival. That's not why we're talking to him. He's got some new music coming, and I'll have him on Zoom, but I won't have him on camera. So people will just hear him. I will hear him, and the audience will hear him. We played a little clip of that new song. It's called Encore, Thank You, Good Night. And Joe Satriani kind of doing this. This is a song that Sammy said was inspired by Eddie's Ghost or something. I'll figure it out. I'll talk to him about it and figure it out because I have a lot of questions for him. It is only Wednesday, our first live show back this week, but I have already found what is probably my favorite headline of the week so far. Kentucky, one of our bureau chiefs sent this to me. I shouldn't say I found it. Kentucky man arrested for releasing a raccoon into a business months after fleeing police on a mule. There's a lot going on
there.
Now, the guy looks exactly the way you think he'd look. He's kind of got a sweet face. He's staring at the camera. He's got a beard. He's mildly unkempt. But that's a guy who you go, oh, yeah. Tim, he fled the police on a mule. Jonathan Mason is a 40-year-old guy. And this is Murray, Kentucky. And he got mad at a local business. And so he released a live raccoon into the business. The 911 gets a call from the business that a guy has just released a raccoon into their store, and then he fled the scene. And when people start putting two and two together, they go, oh, this is the same guy who tried to get away from the cops a couple of months ago on a mule. Are mules quick? They're beasts of burden. I always think of them as being slow.
I thought they would be slow. Like a burro.
Burro. I mean, he does look like a guy. Looks like a guy, and judging from his behavior, maybe not making the best choices, but they pulled him over, and he refused to roll down his windows or get out of his vehicle. Listen, that's his right. You don't have to roll down your windows or get out of your vehicle. So they pulled him out. That's the way those things go. I know my rights. No, you don't. We're going to drag you out of your car. And then because the raccoon that he put into this business bit someone. And he had already been told that he couldn't be around there. He got mad and released a raccoon. But really, this is a guy who, they have him, part of his record is he combines wild animals with crimes. So he's caught a couple of cruelty to animal charges and public intox and things like that. There was a man who was intoxicated and had taken a mule out of a local stable and was riding it down the road. I mean, this guy, he got a DUI on a mule. I mean, that is a story.
Don't you think it could have been like
we look at these people and we kind of tisk and whatever, but they've got great stories.
They could have left out intoxicated. Like, if someone's stealing a mule and getting arrested on a mule, the guy, something led to him making that decision.
But also, what is top speed on a mule? Witnesses said that he was whipping the mule, quote, an unnecessary amount. So
he went past 3, just like that guy in the Kentucky Derby.
I have a lot of questions. Yeah, right? They fined that or fired him or something. But that's like a horse that's worth a lot of money. I don't know the net worth of this stabled mule, but they said that this guy was whipping it an unnecessary number of times. And so that's where he catches his cruelty to animals charge. So he's drunk, pulls a mule out of a stable. This is all before he releases the raccoon into the business. They just go, oh, this is the guy who did this a couple of months ago. He gets drunk. They see him riding a mule down the road. A cop says, get off the mule. He refuses and tries to get away on the mule.
Starts beating it.
Yeah. Jonathan Mason, 40 years old. And so the new charges there in Murray, Kentucky, that he got mad at some local establishment and let a live raccoon go in there.
A top speed.
What does this say? What is top speed of a mule?
4.5 miles an hour.
There you go. All
the guy
right.
could have walked away fast.
No wonder he was whipping it an unnecessary amount.
Come on, you son of a bitch. I've seen you guys on TV. You're way faster than this.
Doesn't this thing go any faster?
Go!
He was charged with fleeing police and cruelty to animals, attempting to flee on a mule. Well, he wasn't in his right mind, I guess.
Oh, that's sustained speeds. Top speed.
Yeah, top sustained speed is going to be 4 miles an hour. Right. You might get bursts of mule speed. You might push them to 5.5 miles per hour. But like sustained speed, it's going to be like a person can walk 4 miles an hour, right?
I got this son of a bitch all the way up to 8 miles an hour.
Isn't average human walking speed 4 miles an hour?
15 miles per hour is the top speed of a mule.
There you go. There you go. So this guy, when he's criming, obviously he's drunk. It's not like he's robbing places. He's drunk. You know, he's catching public intox and things like that. But he always finds a way to incorporate an animal between the mule and the raccoon. Fascinating. I mean, this is Murray, Kentucky. I don't know where that is. One of our Kentucky bureau chiefs sent me the story. But, you know, this is a guy who, you know, you'll be a local legend. And this is what I'm talking about. Everybody else roll their eyes, but you're the guy with those stories. You know, in Hamilton, Ohio, I don't know if anybody listens to us in Hamilton, they had a guy who was the local pumpkin effer. You're going to have local legends. In Hamilton, Ohio, they had a pumpkin effer.
Yeah.
You know, this is a guy who would, like, steal pumpkin. Well, I don't have to explain it to you. There's no subtext. He would steal. It says, I have to imagine his big season was Halloween. Even in Hamilton, I don't think they have just random pumpkins lying around, but I don't know. This was a guy, he was just a horny dude. You know, he was banging people's pool rafts, banging their pumpkins. Not one local pumpkin was left unmolested.
But F1 pumpkin effer for life.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. So you're going to have local legends everywhere. Pumpkin effer, he died a while back out there in Hamilton. And nature abhors a vacuum. So maybe there's somebody who has taken that place. I've got sperm news, by the way, here. Sperm news. I'm going to talk about confusing. The verdict in the Harvey Weinstein retrial was just released. And I guess I forget that Harvey Weinstein is still being tried.
Yeah.
The former Hollywood producer was found guilty of engaging in a criminal sex act with one woman while being acquitted on another count involving a different woman. A verdict was not reached on whether Harvey Weinstein raped a third woman. So he's being retried because they found him guilty 4 or 5 years ago, but they threw out the verdict on a technicality. They said the judge didn't handle the witness testimony properly. And so his lawyers, obviously, they're being paid to, but he's been incarcerated the whole time, yeah? I mean, this is a guy who, you know, Harvey Weinstein's in jail. He's not walking around. And so they're like, yeah, found guilty on one count, acquitted on another, verdict not reached on a third. So obviously this is news, but I forgot that this was even going on. You know, so I don't know what happens after this.
He's trying the Cosby thing. You know,
yeah, Cosby pretended he was blind, and but Cosby's out.
Right. But this guy, I think that's what he's hoping.
Is that
right?
what he's hoping? They'll let him out?
Oh, Jesus, If I'm, look at I got a limp. I can't sit still. I'm sick.
Yeah, but did Cosby get out from COVID? His lawyers
No,
get him out because he was old and there was COVID?
No, I think he got out.
Was it
I think
technicality?
I think it was all of the like he's blind and he's looking.
Yeah, but they don't let you out of prison because you're blind.
No, I know, but I think it was all of that stuff together. I think they I don't know if they created, was it COVID? I thought it was like they just created that, like, he's old and he'll be better off not being in prison.
Oh, what do they call that? Benevolent release or something? Or
something like that.
Compassionate release.
Bill Cosby. I can't even remember.
It was released in June 2021 after the Pennsylvania Supreme Court overturned his conviction. They said his due process rights have been violated. Remember this country used to have due process? Oh, man. 2021. Remember that? Remember we used to have due process? Oh, that's hilarious. So he must have been one of the last guys to get out from due process. Oh, remember? He was serving a 10-year sentence outside Philly. Yeah, and he'd be in court and, like, pretending he's blind, and then he gets out and he's like...
Backflips.
Yeah, he's driving F1.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they vacated his conviction. Now, again, it's not like life's going to get great for Bill Cosby. Yeah, the great part of his life was front-loaded. The back end, you're not in prison, and that's the end game, but you're not going to go back out on tour.
No, who cares? You go home to your millions and everything that you have at home. Like, who cares?
I guess. Does he still have all the money?
I'm sure he still has a ton. I mean, it's Bill Cosby.
I guess.
You can't, there's no way you lose all of that.
Yeah, he was walking just fine on the day they let him out. He was just, man, he was skipping on a rainbow when they got him out of there.
It's a miracle. I can see again.
Yeah.
Hey, last time you gave a Guardians score update, what was it? Do you remember?
The last time I gave the score, it was 4-1.
Have a look now.
11-2. Wow, that's a lot of unanswered runs on the part of the Cincinnati Reds. Well, the Guardians, bottom of the 7th, so unless the Reds really pull something out of their ass here, the Guardians will avoid the sweep there. 11-2.
Wow.
Well done.
Yeah, I think they might avoid the sweep on this one.
All right.
No, I say that. Don't say that, Rob.
Alan also thinks that the song Finish What You Started is about following through on a project. That's right. Fire down below. I take song titles very literally.
You know what Jamie's crying's about too, right?
Jamie's crying because she didn't get asked out for prom.
Nope. No, spend some time with that one too, Alan. You might,
really?
There might be some hidden lyrics. Not even lyrics. Some real meaning behind the lyrics of that one too.
The Jamie's crying.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Just figure out we were talking about our pal David.
Dave, were you the one that made Jamie cry?
Yeah!
I don't care for that.
Yes, I am.
Yeah. Are you crying? Are you both crying?
Yes, I am.
All right. Why'd you make her cry?
I got no love.
Oh, that stinks. That's terrible.
That stinks.
Yeah, come on.
Ooh, yeah.
Wow. How did you call her over to give her the bad news? Oh, well, it's a good way to get her attention.
A pin whistle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, Jamie, you're going to be crying here in a second, and I hate to break it to you, but...
She wrote a letter, though.
Yeah. So, yeah, okay, there's your... for those of you who have been tossing and turning at night, wondering what the verdict was going to be in the Harvey Weinstein situation, there it is. It'll be headline news to some degree over the next news cycle.
And this is the New York one, right?
I think so, but this is what I'm saying. Like, I don't know. I think the news is out of New York court, but he's still being tried in Los Angeles, and Cosby was let out because he made a deal with a DA. Something like that, but again, it still has to be like on a technicality, and you've got to, but yeah, there was some controversy there because he had made a deal a long time ago that there would be no prosecution or something like that, and then they revoked it. There was some situation where Bill Cosby was like, look, I made a deal a long time ago where if I ever get into trouble, you can't put me in prison. It was something along those lines. Alan, I was thinking the song Night Moves was about the painting night hawks, not sleeping with people.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. I had to be corrected by my husband. It isn't about the diner painting. It's about everybody all horned up. Well, yeah, working on our night moves, right?
It's almost as obvious as fire down below.
But, well, okay. What did I say before? We have had the good fortune to be in our careers for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
There are so few firsts left.
Yes.
I'm happy when a first comes up.
It's very rare. Occasionally, you get surprised.
Yes. I'm going to be 54 in a week and a half. I just learned Fire Down Below is about people being horny, not ambition. Although ambition is one of my most valued qualities in other people. So, although horniness is too.
Hey, when you
if
when
your
you have
ambition is to be horny, then yes.
When you have a chance in the break here, I'll explain what ZZ Top's pearl necklace is about.
Okay, thank you. Hey, want to go see a Day to Remember? They're on a co-headlining run. They're on the Maximum Fun Tour. Day to Remember and Yellow Card are co-headlining. A couple of baby bands with them opening up. State Champs and Boundaries are going to be on board as well. This happens out at Blossom towards the end of the Blossom season. This is Friday, September the 5th. Part of the Minutemen Workforce Solutions concert series. LiveNation.com with all the details. But if you want to dig on a Day to Remember and Yellow Card, then these tickets are for you. Caller 10, good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app.
Or whatever smart device you have.
Just tell it to
Oh, the late, great G.G. Allin. Remember G.G. Allin? This guy was the worst of the worst, boy. He's buried up in your neck of the woods. He's buried in New Hampshire.
Is he?
Yeah. I got to see G.G. Allin one time, not long before he died. His whole family was messed up, right? His given name was Jesus Christ Allin. And this was a guy who would run around on stage and he'd throw poop at the audience. I've told the story before. I was interning on a morning show in Chicago, and they said, hey, we want you to go interview G.G. Allin. And I was like, there's no way this guy's going to let me go back and interview him. And they would put barricades in front of the stage and have security there, not to keep the crowd away, but to keep him on stage. Kind of like a reverse security force there. And he died over 30 years ago. I saw him maybe 8-9 months before he died, a heroin overdose. But this was a guy who would get girls up on stage and just do terrible, terrible things to them. And he always promised that he would commit suicide on stage, but he died of a drug overdose. And he was almost 40, but he kind of holds this icon status in punk rock because of just all the... Now, the music was terrible. I mean, he would have different albums with different bands. It was G.G. Allin and the Scum Fs. It was G.G. Allin and the Toilet Rockers, My former co-host here on the show got very, very upset a couple of years ago when I wore my G.G. Allin T-shirt here on the show, right? And that took me... I was a little taken aback by that because I had a G.G. Allin T-shirt, and they were very displeased that I wore that. So he's been dead for a long, long time. And when I saw him, it was at the old, just this, I can't imagine that this guy was getting booked anywhere other than dilapidated theaters. I saw him in a place called the Congress Theater, which I think is long gone, but, and it was a legit old theater. So it had fixed seats and the stage was huge, but the crowd was, sparse to say the least. But he would jump off stage, and the security couldn't keep him on stage, and he'd run around. He'd put a turkey baster in his ass and squirt people, and that kind of thing. He'd walk on stage. You're running afoul of public nudity laws, for one thing. He'd walk on stage in a black slicker, like a black raincoat. And then he'd take it off. The guy's buck naked on stage. He's jumping off, and he's chasing people. And I remember it very vividly. The crowd would work their way back to the theater because he was jumping off and running around. But you kind of knew what you were getting into as well. And so this guy was, his whole family was jammed up. I think his brother Merle is still out there. I think he tours with his band. He grew up in a log cabin with no water or electricity in Groveton, New Hampshire. And of course,
where that is.
You can fill in the blanks, right? His parents were religious fanatics and abusive and whatever. So this is a guy who grew up with no concept whatsoever of not doing things that you shouldn't do. And so this is a guy who would chow down on X-Lax before he would go on stage. And so he would poop on stage. And again, you watch a band like Gwar, or you watch a band like, when I went to go see the Insane Clown Posse at the Agora a couple of weeks ago, and I'm like, how did these bands start to get booked? In the early days, where they're like, hey, we're going to spray Faygo all over the place. How did you begin to get booked? I don't know how G.G. Allin ever got booked.
Oh, CBGB and all that stuff, probably, right?
It was more of just a spectacle than anything else. Because again, music was terrible. You heard a little bit of it there. Anyway, I mention all this because they are putting one of his items up for auction. For $7,500, you can buy the cane that G.G. Allin stuck up his ass on, on his last television appearance. There was a television show called The Jane Whitney Show. This is probably on YouTube. You can probably watch G.G. Allin on The Jane Whitney Show. Probably 1992. It was not long before he died. And the show itself was not on long. So this is probably a woman who was trying to get people to pay attention to her show. I think he might have done the Jenny Jones show as well. That was a syndicated show. But the Jane Whitney show, probably the only reason people remember her at all is because she had Gigi Allen on. She had been a legit news reporter. I think she was with NBC or something like that, and had crossed over into some entertainment reporting. And there was a period of time, very much like now, 30 years ago, television could be cyclical, where everybody was getting a daytime talk show. It seems to be like that now, right? Jennifer Hudson and Drew Barrymore, and if you want a daytime talk show and you hang around a studio, they'll give you one. And Gigi Allen did the Jane Whitney show. And it was his last television appearance before he OD'd. And he came out like a walking cane and stuck it up his ass. And they're auctioning it. Yeah, auctioning it off.
You imagine this dude on your show?
$7,500.
And it just looks like a walking stick. I'm watching the video right now.
Well, it's not like Gigi Allen was running around the studio, right? They were like, he's just sitting there and she's asking him questions, and the topic was youth gone wild.
Okay, and I did a lot of reading about you, all right? Now, I want to know, you seriously mean what you're saying?
Absolutely.
This is not an act.
I've been doing this ever since
There's
I
the
was a
cane
child.
in his hand.
What you see is what you get. I do this, when I wake up tomorrow morning, I'll still smell the same way, I'll still look the same way. This is not a show, this is not an act. I am that guy.
Now, do you honestly believe that you're a charismatic figure?
I believe that I am the king. I am the Messiah. I rule the rock and roll underground. I'm bringing us to a revolution.
I mean, no, you could argue artistic merit, right? And most people would say it wasn't much there. But this guy walked a walk, bro. I mean, this guy was,
He's just a all-around scumbag for the most part.
He was. But you might enjoy his place in pop culture. And for that, if you've got $7,500 burning a hole in your pocket, you can buy the cane that I think he had taken from, I don't know if he had it made or whatever it was. But his brother Merle had it. He held on to all of his brother's novelty items and things like that. And he's posted that he's willing to sell it for $7,500. Here it is. I'll show you if you're watching live. I'll show you the eBay posting right there. Gigi Allen, his personal walking cane, seen on TV.
Complete with skid marks.
Yeah, a rare item. So you can call it a walking cane. He turned it into a dildo. Right? I mean, no, I want to know which end he put in, because the handle end, obviously, is much
thick.
Yeah, it's
that thing is girthy.
It's got some girth, much wider than obviously the end that is on the ground. There's the handle end.
Well, you wouldn't want to put the dirty end in, Alan.
Was the wood finished?
Never know it was on that floor.
So, yeah, Gigi Allen, and obviously there's all kinds of other items that you can purchase from him online. But yeah, he died of a drug overdose when he was 36 years old. But Gigi Allen and the Scum Fs and the Toilet Rockers and the Murder Junkies. And, I mean, for people who consider themselves to be misanthropes, people who consider themselves to be anti-establishment, you got nothing on Gigi Allen.
Sorry, that was me. That was me.
Okay.
Sorry.
There is a documentary. It's I don't know if it was made when he was still alive, but it's called Hated. It's called Gigi Allen and the Murder Junkies. And he is buried in Littleton, New Hampshire. They had to remove his gravestone because so many people were coming by and desecrating it. And, of course, he overdosed with his friend Johnny Puke.
Oh.
Yeah.
Also on brand?
Yeah. His last show was at a very tiny club called The Gas Station in Manhattan. And this is the other hallmark of a Gigi Allen show. They didn't last long because either the cops would show up or the crowd would run away. So he'd get through. I guess it was maybe a blessing because the songs weren't that good and you couldn't tell what the hell he was saying. He'd walk out. It's not like he ever memorized lyrics. He would just walk out with a book of words, and then he'd start putting turkey basers in places. And, it's not like these guys are making a lot of money booking these kinds of gigs.
Think anybody's going to buy that cane?
Yes. I think somebody will, yes. G.G. Allin ingested, well, I guess what the late Bill Hicks would refer to as a heroic dose of heroin, and then he died from the effects of that. And he was found by Johnny Puke. And he posed with G.G. Allin's corpse, by the way. He took a lot of Polaroids because that's punk rock, man. That's what you do. So he took a bunch of photos of him and G.G. Allin's corpse. And then the EMTs came out, and 2 months before his 37th birthday is when he died. And there are photos online of his corpse, right? It was they just buried him in his black leather jacket and his jock strap, which is what he was most frequently seen in. But his corpse was pretty bloated.
His Sunday best.
Yeah. And so they had to remove the headstone because obviously people would go by and they would do what he probably would want them to do, which is vandalize his headstone with poop and pee. among other things. And now, $7,500. I think $7,500 is kind of steep.
I wonder
but
if
that's what
anybody
he's
will
asking.
buy it.
Huh?
I wonder if anybody will buy it.
I would love to know.
Yeah, he really was buried in a jockstrap, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was.
It's a terrible photo.
Here's a G.G. Allin classic you might remember.
Pee-pee's what I like to do. Pee-pee-poo, pee-pee-poo, poo-poo. I like to do too. Poo-poo, pee-pee-poo. Poo-poo, pee-pee-poo, poo, pee-pee-pee-pee-poo, poo-poo. Oh, pee-pee's what I like to do. Pee-pee-poo, pee-pee-poo, poo-poo. I like to do too. Poo-poo, pee-pee-poo.
There's a B-side. Yeah, so there have been a number of documentaries on G.G. Allin.
Looking at this picture that you said about his corpse, was he embalmed or is he rotting? It looks like he's rotting.
No idea.
It looks like he's legit, rotting. Like there's a hole in his face.
Don't know. Yeah.
Gross.
But there was a period of time where once word started to get out that this guy was out there doing stuff, he would, they'd book him on these daytime TV shows as kind of a, animal in a cage. He'd do Geraldo, and he did that Jane Whitney show and whatever. I think he's got a kid somewhere. He knocked a couple people up.
Jesus Christ, this is gross.
Yeah. So he, what he would talk about on stage was that his body, he said he was the Messiah or whatever, his body was the temple of rock and roll, and that his communion with the audience were his bodily fluids. And so he'd flick,
Fluid.
Yes, he'd flick fluid. Yeah.
Fluids, yeah.
He'd whack it on stage, throw it at people, turkey baster after his X-Lax. And
Can't imagine why people wouldn't stick around for those shows.
well, I mean, I stuck around, but he would end the shows because security would chase him off or he'd run away. But it doesn't matter how transgressive you are, though, as an artist. There's still logistics to a show. You got to get paid. You got to do a sound check. You got to get booked, right? How do you get booked? Hey, I'm G.G. Allin's tour manager.
Click.
We'd really love to have him at your venue. I mean, how does that even start? Alan, it looks like a dark walnut lacquer 43 finish on that walking stick. I'll take your word for it. I don't know if that's the lacquer, though. But, yeah. G.G. Allin is not in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
I can't imagine why.
Kelly from Bedford said that her boyfriend and her named their kitten Gigi because he was eating his poop.
Gross.
Yeah. Savannah, Georgia, they had some serial killer museum, and they had the G.G. Allin thing in there because John Wayne Gacy would, he found some common ground with serial killers. Alan, were you aware that Love Gun isn't about an actual gun? All right, listen. I know what you're doing.
Wait a minute, it's not?
No, it's not. It's about his wiener.
No.
Yes.
Nuh-uh.
Yeah.
Oh.
Jason Parma Heights says that G.G. Allin documentary's on Tubi. He said, I made it about halfway through before I had enough. It was pretty graphic. Yeah. I haven't seen that. I'm watching my Zoom window here to talk to Sammy Hagar, but I don't know if
Nothing yet?
Nothing yet. No.
They sent that link, right? It was them?
I have it open. Yeah.
Huh. Come
Just
on, Sammy.
Waiting for the host to start the meeting is what it
Red
says.
Rocker, let's go.
Well, we'll see. I wonder if he ever met Gigi Allen.
Good question for him.
Yeah. Hey, let's talk about Gigi Allen. Allen is what we called him. So, yeah, Merle is still out there. I'll see. I don't know if he plays what do they call it now? No Class when he comes into town or Grog Shop or whatever. But Merle Allen, he's like in his 70s, and he still goes out and plays shows.
Does he do the same kind of stuff?
No, he just kind of he's not doing that. No, but he's full on, trying to do the punk rock thing. But he wasn't out doing. He played bass for all the Gigi Allen bands insofar as any of these guys were, playing instruments. But I think he would go out with the Murder Junkies. Hey, Carrie.
Yo, what's up, Alan Cox?
How are you?
I'm good, sir. What's up, Rob? How are you?
I'm good, Carrie. How are you?
I'm awesome. Listen, so real quick, I just want to throw my 2 cents in. I had a great friend growing up who was a huge punk rock girl, loved Gigi Allen. He was famously not embalmed. So they laid him out for viewing for 2 days, and he was just rotting away.
There you go.
As people were coming to pay their respects or lack of. So just wanted to fill in that piece of the puzzle for you, gentlemen.
But did you ever have any? Were you ever fortunate enough to see him perform, Carrie?
No, I checked out the documentary you were talking about, and yeah, that guy was just wow. He was something else. But again, it was because I had this friend who was really into punk rock in the early 90s, which is kind of, not really my group of people, but, it was crazy. So, yeah,
Thank you,
that's
Carrie.
my 2 cents.
Thank
Yes,
you so
sir.
much. Thanks. They're probably worth more than 2 cents. I'll tell you what, though. It is, that's a guy walking the walk, talking the talk, doing all of it. Hey, Joe.
Hey, Alan, how are you?
How are you, man?
I'm good. Hey, 2 Gigi stories. Did you know he was originally born, his dad named him Jesus Christ Allen?
I did. I mentioned that, yeah. Imagine, it would be one thing if you changed your name to that, but imagine your, mentally ill, abusive father's like, I'm going to name my kid Jesus Christ. And then, what, Merle couldn't pronounce his name, and so he called him Gigi as a kid, and that's what it came up.
Yeah, and then there's a couple of stories. They moved to a cabin. His dad moved the whole family to a cabin in the middle of the woods with no power, electricity, or running water.
Yeah.
And the mom and kids left one day, and then they came back, and the dad was digging graves for them.
There you go.
And
in New Hampshire.
Yeah. Yeah, so it's no surprise he turned out to be, the punk rock king.
Mm-hmm. Listen, who among us has not returned home to find a parent digging our grave? and I turned out fine, Joe. You turned out fine. All right, thank you, Joe. There's Joe. I've got to take a break. Hopefully we'll get to talk to Sammy. Watch, as soon as I go to a break, they'll hook up, right?
Sorry, gotta go.
Hey, you want Guardians tickets? Your Cleveland Guardians would love to see your shining faces out there for support. This is a 4-pack of tickets. Guardians are taking on the Toronto Blue Jays. It's when they return from this lengthy road trip. They'll be back on Tuesday, June 24th over at Progressive Field. Grab that MLB Ballpark app that is indispensable during the baseball season. So 4-pack of tickets. You and 3 pals, Guardians Blue Jays, June 24th. Good luck. Call 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS. Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
You don't deserve anything. You deserve to get smacked in the face and kicked in the dirt.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
Still hoping to chat with Sammy Hagar. We'll see. Supposed to talk to him on Zoom. You know, Rob, come from behind is always my favorite kind of victory, even though today wasn't that. Guardians avoid the sweep in a big way. I guess they were ahead the whole time, right? But by a much smaller margin, 11-2 ends up being the final today over there at Progressive Field. The Guardians will head out on a lengthy road trip. They'll start up Friday in Seattle against the Mariners. They'll go down the road to play the Giants in San Francisco. Scoot over to Sacramento to play the Athletics, who are in limbo for the next couple of seasons in a town where they're barely acknowledged before they go off to Vegas.
Speaking of,
by the time they go to finally get to Vegas, it's going to be so anticlimactic.
And nobody's going to care.
Yeah.
Did you see that catch? I shared it to my story.
I did not.
It's going to be the catch of the year.
In the game today?
No, it was from the Athletics. You mentioned them a second ago.
Yeah, no.
I can't remember the guy's name. I think it was the center fielder. In a full sprint up the wall, and I don't know that I've ever seen.
Denzel Clark.
Yeah, I don't know that I've ever seen a catch quite like that.
Let me show it here. It says insane home run robbery is what you'll see here.
Because it was so far.
After he stepped
Oh my God!
Makes another catch!
Oh my God!
Back-to-back weeks where he wins the electric play of the week, and he's already on the leaderboard for this week!
Something like she said wiener board. It's already on the wiener board. So he runs up and he basically jumps up and takes the fence in the stomach and reaches out and grabs.
That was over by so much. I mean, that was, you could see even like
Denzel Clark climbs the ladder and then hangs out. You want to talk about playing above the rim, folks. This ball is out of the ballpark by 5-6 feet, and Denzel says, nay, nay.
Nay, nay.
Nay, nay.
Yeah,
that's a hell of a catch.
I mean, just incredible. I mean, you could see the look on the pitcher's face. The hitter is just like, I cannot believe what just happened. That's a home run all day long.
And who are they playing?
I think they showed, I can't remember. The Angels, I think.
Angels, okay.
It looked like, I can't remember. Now, you just showed it a second ago, but you could see the look on the guy's face if you go back to the beginning of the clip.
Denzel Clark. He's from Canada. He's from Toronto. 25 years old. Center fielder for the A's.
Catch of the year, eh?
They were playing at Angel Stadium.
You got to have something to talk about. And he made the highlight reels, boy.
Yeah. All right. Wait, what? He made a sensational catch against the Baltimore Orioles.
Oh, was it the Orioles?
Well, I thought they said they were playing at Angel Stadium, but it's.
I think it was. So they said she said 2 weeks in a row, so maybe
they're playing the Angels. Yeah, maybe it was he also had an amazing catch. They said trouble is the guy's not hitting well, so I think they've already knocked him down. Like they sent him back to
Tell you what, dude, keep him on the field for the defense if that's the case, because that was nuts.
Well, the Athletics, no matter what city you post them up in right now, they're not doing well. I mean, they're the bottom of the barrel. Now, they're no Colorado Rockies, who just posted their 12th win. Oof. Rockies are 12-54 right now. My Chicago White Sox, 23-44, making them, of course, the second worst team in Major League Baseball. And Cubs fans, no shortage of snickering at White Sox fans. I was going to post something as I was on my way home of the weekend. I was going to post something as I drove past Sox Park, and I was like, you know what? I'm not giving you bastards the satisfaction. How do you like that? What am I going to post? A picture of the stadium with a bunch of rolling eye emojis? No. That's stupid. So my cooler heads prevailed, and I didn't do that. Not like it would mean anything to people here. It's just people like to bust my balls over the White Sox, and rightfully so, by the way. You know,
not very good.
No, they're terrible. But you know, you got to be a booster. You got to support your home teams, and that's mine. And it ain't easy. Clark is Bo Naylor's cousin.
No kidding.
Hey!
That would also make him Josh Naylor's cousin.
There you go. Oh, yeah, that's how that works. This guy's only been in the majors for like 2 weeks, and he's made 2 incredible plays, this person says. Okay. Well, listen, good for that guy.
Oh, good for you.
And good for you for being a big fan of that whole thing. Okay. So one of our Texas bureau chiefs, if you listen to us in the great state of Texas, now tell me where you do that. If you listen on iHeartRadio, because I like to know where people are, we have a lot of people who listen to the show in Texas. Probably have about 30 bureau chiefs all throughout the great state of Texas. We've got D-Rock in El Paso, Delvan's in Livingston, Texas. Steve is at Fort Hood. Bryce is at Fort Hood. Dan is in San Angelo. Aaron and Scott are in Dallas, all over the place. I don't recall which one of those people sent me the story, but it is fascinating to me, as the climate changes rapidly and you read things about, the permafrost is melting, and just as one example, and what heretofore unknown organisms will that release, right? Like Kurt Russell flame-throwing the dogs in the cage when the thing tries to take it over. Who knows? But there are also some situations you read and you go, well, of course. What were you thinking? And the story of this woman in Texas who died very quickly from a brain-eating amoeba. Now, again, I'm somebody who, over the past couple of years, I have begun to refuse getting into natural bodies of water. I just won't do it, right? When I see people, I mean, okay, we're at the Jersey Shore or something like that. I'll go thigh deep. I'm not putting my crotch under there. I'm sure as balls not putting my head under, right?
In the ocean?
Now, you got to live your life. You got to do what you want to do. But people who are like going all the way up, no, thank you. I'm not doing it. My father-in-law has this massive, their primary residence is this massive lake house in Michigan on Marl Lake. And it's a lovely area, but I ain't getting under the water. Anyway, this woman in Texas, they go, because all the story coverage was like, oh, she was so healthy before this. Well, she was 71, an otherwise healthy 71-year-old. She used tap water from her RV at a campground in her neti pot.
Oh, no.
So you go, okay, you're checking a lot of dumb boxes there. Because, a lot of people, these RVs, they have like a water supply, but it's not like you're constantly flushing out the lines. A Texas woman died very quickly. I think she died within like 48 hours or something from a brain-eating amoeba in the tap water to clear out her sinuses at an RV campground. She immediately started experiencing symptoms like fever, headache, and altered mental... Okay, so not 48 hours. 4 days. That's still fast.
Yeah.
She received medical treatment because I think at this point, there was a time where they go, we don't know what this brain-eating amoeba is. Now they do because they've seen, as water supplies, become deteriorate more and more and more. She started having seizures and then died about a week later. And they found that this brain-eating amoeba was in her spinal fluid.
Honey, could you run to the RV restroom, please, the communal bathrooms, and take some toilet water to fill my neti pot, please? I don't trust this tap water from the RV.
Like, listen, if you
hell are people thinking?
I think people are out there living the RV life, and maybe it's something that she had done plenty of times before. I can't say that this was the first time she'd done it. I don't know. Maybe she had done it a bunch of times before. Nothing kills you until something kills you.
Doesn't it say right on it to only use, like, purified water?
It probably does. I don't know. I've never used a neti pot, nor have I ever used a water supply from an RV.
Oh, neti pots are rough, dude. I had to do it once. I had nose surgery. It is the worst feeling in the world.
Well, it's just got to feel very unsettling to have it going through your sinuses and your throat and your...
I hate it. Oh, it's
Some
awful.
people love them. I mean, I have people that if they have friends who have a lot of allergies year-round or they're just prone to sinus things, they swear by them. I've never used one.
It's gross. I hated it more than anything. Gross.
So they said fewer than 10 people a year get this brain-eating amoeba, but everybody dies from it. Primary amoebic meningoencephalitis, like meningitis, meningoencephalitis.
They should have put that in that spelling bee.
Spell meningoencephalitis. No.
D-E-A-D.
M-E-N. Could you use it in a sentence? A stupid lady in Texas ran RV water through her neti pot and she got meningoencephalitis. M-E-N-I-N-G-U. No, sorry. Out. CDC urges the public to not do that. I'm paraphrasing, but, yeah. But they said that it was not the first time the woman had done it, as I read further into this story. So one of our listeners in Texas sent me this. Non-boiled water. Okay, even if you took it from the RV, if you're out there living that RV life, it's because ostensibly you're trying to rough it to some degree, right? And
Yeah.
and again, I don't know the situation. Just because she was an RV doesn't mean she was in the lap of luxury. Some people, they go, we're selling our house, we're selling our crap. I always like to follow up with those people about 6 or 7 months down the road, if you'll pardon the pun. Because invariably, they'll be like, yeah, we're going to move back into a house. It sounds like a great idea, if you're empty nesters. Kids are all grown. You go, we sold everything, and we're buying an RV. Living that RV life. We've got everything we need. And then you're on top of each other.
We got 14 state stickers for the back of the Winnie and decided that was enough.
Yeah, I understand the notion of, hitting the road and never looking back. But I don't think, and maybe that's the plan. Maybe the plan is, do it for a year. But then why do that? I don't know. Because some people go, we're gonna live the rest of our days in this RV. Except, your life can be long. It can be a lot longer than you think it's gonna be. This lady was a lot shorter. But they always say, they're like, hey, if you're jumping into natural bodies of water, hold your nose or wear a nose clip or always keep your head above water. They tell you don't submerge yourself in hot springs, when we've gone to hot springs before. I'm not putting my whole body in there.
So even in the ocean, you won't go under?
Not even in the ocean.
See, that I'll do.
I don't want to put my junk down in there, but...
My junk.
Well, because more and, part of the climate changing is all this marine life is moving closer to the shore because that's where the food is. On the Jersey Shore, the sharks are right there now. You used to way out in the distance see them, maybe you go, oh, once in a while you see a dolphin jumping. The sharks?
Oh, they're there.
They're right there.
Always in New England, too. That was always a big thing.
Of course.
Jaws.
And so as there's more shore erosion, as the water line itself moves more inland, then you've got these animals. So I'm like, no. Now, what do I think that a shark's going to get me, or do you think? No, I really don't. But I'm not somebody who leaves a great deal to chance. I like to err on the side of caution.
But in all
why,
fairness,
Rob? Because I'm a wild man. That's why.
In all fairness, you've discussed the limes quite a few times, and by the tightness of those, I don't think anything's getting in. I think you're probably in good shape. Your holes are covered.
When I walk out of the ocean like James Bond and I'm wearing my limes, my legs are purple.
Nothing's getting in there, dude. You're fine.
Allin, salt water is very safe. Fresh water is where people get the meebs. No, I get it. I have laid on top of the Great Salt Lake. Salt's fine. I ain't getting into fresh water.
That's where, I'll go in, but I won't go in like that. I'm not swimming the way I'll swim in the ocean in a lake.
Yeah, no, listen, I'm not really a swimmer anyway, but I'm not going into a lake and going all the way under. I'm just not.
But I'll go past the nuts. Like I'll go in waist deep. I'll even maybe dunk my teats. But I'm not gonna go head under.
Yeah, a few years ago we got a lakefront house, like a giant Airbnb, with a couple of other families on Lake Huron. It was on the Michigan side, and we were gonna go out and do like a plunge the next morning when it was like 30 degrees out there. And so we all go out and do it. And I'm like the only one that's not going all the way under. Because I'm like, no, I'm not doing that. It was already uncomfortable. And I didn't want to go all the way under. I don't need amoebas going to. Now, again, this woman is stacking the deck against herself.
Right.
If only one of those boxes had remained unchecked, maybe she would have been okay. And they said she'd done it before. So she probably figured, do it again, why not? But I'm just saying, at the very least, why wouldn't you boil the water?
Hey, you're asking
Why
for
would
it.
you put any liquid in your skull that had come out of an RV water line? So, R.I.P. that lady, I guess. Oh, it's also National Corn on the Cob Day.
Corn on the cob, corn on the cob. Don't you know I like corn on the cob? My heart would surely break. I like pork or fried or baked. Won't you feed me some corn on the cob? On the day that I was born, I ate corn with some corn.
You know, all that conversation about G.G. Allin sticking things in himself reminded me of today's Corn on the Cob Day. God knows what he did with that stuff.
I think you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you're
I don't
pretty
know if
well aware.
Merle is auctioning off a corn cob that went inside his brother either, but now I don't know what corn. Well, I assume Corn on the Cob Day is self-explanatory. I'm not a corn on the cob guy. I like the niblets. I'll get it right off the cob. But listen, a lot of people love corn on the cob. I think it's overrated. What are you gonna do? You know, it's one of the current flavors of chips and things now is like Mexican street corn.
Yeah.
I don't care for it. It's not for
So
me.
you'll never. So do you just cut it off the cob? Is that what you do if you?
I don't eat corn on the cob. I shouldn't say that. If I'm going to eat corn on the cob, let's say I go somewhere and they go, we've got corn on the cob. It's not like I'm repulsed by it. I just don't put anything on it. I don't like butter.
Same.
So I would eat plain corn on the cob. But then I got to floss. And then I got to brush.
I always cut it off. I always cut corn.
Oh, so you do that?
Yeah.
You'll take the knife and cut it off the cob?
Yep. Yeah. I don't like to eat corn on the cob.
I'll eat
for
it
that
off.
reason.
I'll eat it off the cob if I'm going to eat it.
But I put nothing on it. I don't like to.
Right. Maybe a little lime.
Oh, geez. Look at you.
Hell yeah. But obviously, if there's an option, throw it on the grill first. Some people just boil it.
Corn is the coolest of all the foods, too, because it goes in on the cob and out on the cob. It's the only one that can do that.
Corn is the coolest of all the foods because it can go in on the cob and out
on the cob.
What does that mean? What do you mean?
What else do you eat that looks the exact same coming out? It's a different
Oh,
color.
you mean when it runs through your gastrointestinal system?
Right, because you don't digest it at all.
Right.
So it's in on the cob, out on the cob.
Gotcha. So really, it doesn't matter how you consume it because it comes out the same
That's
way.
right. Yeah, it looks the exact same, just a different shade.
Unless you are very adventurous, quite the risk taker. What you do is you don't decorn the cob. You cut that cob into segments and you eat that entire sumbitch right there. Slices.
I see what you're saying.
You know how that British etiquette guy, we showed you the video of how you're quote unquote supposed to eat a banana?
A banana.
Where you score it down the middle. Like you're circumcised, like you're vasectomying the banana, and then you eat it.
Yeah.
That's what you do with this cob.
Slice it nice and thin.
Yeah.
You're the kind of guy that likes the Your pineapple the same way.
Now, why corn on the cob day isn't closer to July 4th, I don't know. But there it is.
It has to have something to do when, like, the harvest is good. Like, when it's, like, for a certain specific area.
Is the corn harvest good? I mean, half this country is corn, at least the Midwest.
I'm not
June
a Midwestern
11th?
guy. I don't know when it is.
Yeah, that's true.
But I do know you cannot get my favorite corn here, at least as far as I understand. Silver Queen corn.
Oh.
It's at the end of the season in New England. I've been told you cannot get that here. I did ask. And it's just a completely different
Silver Queen
variety.
Hybrid corn seeds. You could buy the seeds.
Ah,
you want to grow your own?
Maybe you could do it here then. Maybe I just fell for it.
It's becoming less popular and harder to find because newer varieties offer advantages like shorter growing times, longer shelf lives, and greater sweetness.
It's the end of the season corn. You get it like August. It is delicious.
Okay. Well, I remember when my grandmother would ask me to help her with her corns.
Oh, boy.
And that didn't help, boy. What was that medication she had? What was the old lady medication for corns?
Compound W?
Something like that. She'd go, honey, could you get me my Dr. Scholl's corn pads? And also, could you bring in my callus remover?
And get the file.
Yeah, get the
Grind
file.
That thing down, just scraping at it.
Yeah.
Pile of Parmesan cheese
So
below her feet.
my dear departed grandmother, when I was a younger man, and that was kind of the trade-off, is I would spend a good amount of the summer with her, which was great for me because she went to bed early and she had HBO and cable television, which I didn't grow up with. So part of the trade-off was I would have to procure her corn pads and make sure that we had enough salicylic acid in the house.
Oh, yeah.
Honey, would you come over here and get my corn pads? Yeah, okay, yes, I will. Because I'm going to watch Zapped with Scott Baio tonight at 11:30 when you're sleeping. That's what I'm going to do. He's going to make girls' sweaters fly off with his mind, Grandma. All right, good night. Say your prayers. I will. I pray this happens to me in real life. That's my prayer.
I get these powers.
Please let me get hurt in a nuclear waste accident. Brief recovery time, but then I have telekinetic powers that, of course, I only use for horny reasons, like Scott Baio and Willie Ames in Zapped. It's time for my warm water soak. All right. I love you, Grandma. I will do this for you. Yes. Where's my pumice stone? Oh, God. I don't know.
Get my spits and Epsom salts.
Where are my corn pads? Oh, God. I don't know. You know anything about Dorothy? This is one of these bands I keep hearing. Well, I guess it's a girl. She has like a lot of collabs with people and stuff, but I genuinely don't know much about Dorothy at all. Other than she's been around for a minute and she's on tour, and she's on a tour called The Way with another band called Eddie and the Getaway. I don't know what any of these words mean, but I know Dorothy has a fan base. And she's playing the Globe Iron. That's that brand new venue in the Flats, and it's great if you haven't been there yet. This happens a little ways away. Tuesday, September the 2nd, the Dorothy tour comes to Cleveland. AXS.com for all the details. And this pair for you if you're caller 10. Maybe you're hip to Dorothy. Maybe you're just curious. Either way, these are yours. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
The Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app. documentary from Willoughby, but the rest of you...
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Oh, boy. 35192. Want to send me a text. AlanCoxShow.com. Shoot me an email there. You can. Sammy Hagar might be coming up here. Let's see.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Hey, we're live.
Hi.
Hi.
So,
How are you?
apologies. There was a problem with the technical side of this Zoom because I know we were supposed to be doing this an hour ago.
It's completely fine.
So I'm going to go back to management right now and see if maybe we can get him to hop on. Are you around for the next few?
Well, I'm live on the air now, so yeah.
Oh, hi there.
Oh, hi. Hi. I just came out of a commercial break, so I didn't know if I was going to be going right to Sammy or what, but I'll keep my window open, and then when he wants to join me, he can join me.
Great. Thanks so much.
You got it. All right. There's somebody from his record label. And,
there's
someone. I thought she was going to say, "Are you ready for Sammy?" That's why I was like, "Oh, she ended the meeting."
Well, that's not great.
Well, okay.
Maybe you open it again.
I assumed that they did have some confusion on the time. Let me reopen this. Sammy Hagar was set to join me around 3:30. And then I'm not sure where he is because they... So let's see here. I'm going to reopen this. There we go. And we'll go from there.
Samuel, are you there?
Yeah. Well, I'll see that window open. What does Rob hate more, Neti Potts or Jimmy Buffett? Listen.
Well, I mean, that's pretty obvious.
Yeah. I would imagine you'd rather pour hot liquid through your sinuses and brain than listen to Jimmy Buffett.
Well, I suppose it all depends on am I going to be using the same water source as that woman? Because if I'm guaranteed to croak, I'm going to listen to Jimmy Buffett.
Yeah. Alan, we're leaving Leavittsburg, Ohio right now. Me and 3 of my buddies have Silver Queen sweet corn growing. Oh, they're not leaving. They're in Leavittsburg, Ohio, and they're growing Silver Queen sweet corn. Well, send some up this way.
I was going to say.
What are you tickling a sack for?
Good for you.
Yeah. What are you tickling a sack for? Bring some up here.
Good for you.
Ship it.
Tickling his sack.
Mm-hmm. People telling me how great Dorothy is live. Okay.
I've heard she's great.
Well, yeah, I have too. I just don't know anything about her other than, I've heard the name and I have I was going to say a broad idea of what she does. But yeah, so I have those tickets remainder of the week. Boy, I plowed through, and people are sending me photos. I plowed through some of them hot mustard Doritos over the weekend, too.
I couldn't find them. I looked in like 3 stores.
Boy.
No one had them.
I found them along the turnpike in Illinois and Indiana and Ohio, everywhere along my route. Anytime that the rest stop was a 7-Eleven, they had them.
Damn it.
So I think 7-Eleven has them here. Those are like the smaller bags. The big ones, I don't know if Giant Eagle has them, but wherever they are, I've never found them like in the chip aisle. They always have them like on an end cap. So you might have to like look around for them because they're trying to spotlight them, I guess.
All right, I'll keep looking. 3 places I looked. 4? 3? I don't know. There was 3 stores I was in that I did not have them.
I was conferring with my nephew over the weekend too, because he was asking me questions about the show. You know, he's 15. He listens occasionally, but he's more curious as to, kind of the logistics of the program and, normal questions that anybody would have. Hey, who's the most famous person you've talked to? Are the listeners mean to you? Well, I'm like, yes. But that's fine. But we were also conferring because people were sending me screen grabs of the new Mountain Dew flavors that are being dropped. Now, I am currently off the Mountain Dew. I am currently on a hiatus. And I know that this sounds borderline blasphemous. But I'm taking a break. But they are dropping a new Mountain Dew on two Mountain Dews on June 15th for people who look for those. They're dropping something. Now, this is hashtag not an ad, by the way, but obviously I've become Mountain Dew guy, much to my chagrin. I mean, it's easily one of the worst things about me. And there are a lot of terrible things about me, by the way. Mountain Dew Dragon Fruit is going to be only at Walmart. But everywhere else, you'll be able to get Mountain Dew Summer Freeze, which is their cherry lemon raspberry flavor. Both of those will drop on June the 15th. Because that's a hook with Mountain Dew. Every flavor they drop, it's in one location. Hey, got to get this one at Dollar General. Hey, got to get this one at Little Caesars. Hey, this one's only at KFC. Hey, this one's at BW3. So they really want you running all over the place.
So you're not going to try
But that
them?
is the nature of collaborations. Well, I don't know that. Here's what I will do, is I will buy some, because June 15th is Father's Day. That's this Sunday. I'll buy some, and then when I feel like I'm ready, when it's due o'clock one more time, then I'll try it. But they'll be sitting in my garage fridge for a minute, because I'm not currently consuming Mountain Dew. I need to take a break from it. Because I can kind of tell when I feel weird.
You're starting to get like the jitters?
Well, not the jitter. I'm way past that. I mean, none of that stuff. I mean, I drink Red Bull and Celsius and I barely feel anything. But I just feel when I'm like, I don't know. I just feel like I have too much sugar in my body.
Mm-hmm.
And I got to, ease off the throttle. Not even ease off, just cut it off.
You start putting molasses on your pancakes again?
Yeah.
Just to balance things out?
And again, anytime I mention Mountain Dew, people go, it's terrible for you. All pop is terrible for you. All of it. I mean, Mountain Dew it's so syrupy, it's barely even effervescent, You get yourself a fountain Coke and you're like, oh, it's bubbling all over the place. Mountain Dew is very much like syrup. None of these are good for you. And I always envision, because they roll out so many different flavors, I just envision Mountain Dew headquarters with giant vats of corn syrup, and they go, well, here are the 4 dyes we have, and here are the 4 flavors we have, and we're just going to do like a Punnett square. We're going to figure out the various permutations that use these 8 ingredients, and we're going to give them a new name, and we're going to roll them out to these dummies like me who go, ooh, this one's purple. But I do it every time. I love it.
And they all taste different.
They do. Well, yeah I mean, they are variations on a theme, which is why none of them, for me, will ever outdo
the Dew.
The OG Dew, right? Now, some are better than others. Some of these are great. That Purple Thunder, awesome. They're discontinuing the one called Legend, and I think that's the one that you got to get at B-Dubs. That's like a purple berry something.
Mm.
Some of them have been huge misses for me. Some of them, even from Mountain Dew, you're like, Jesus, I'm getting cavities just thinking about this thing.
I'm not a big Mountain Dew guy, so is it?
A lot of people aren't. I didn't grow up drinking pop. So when I get to college, I developed all these bad habits. Because I was on my own, I could do whatever the hell I wanted for whatever reason. I guess because in the early days, it still had a caffeinated effect on me. I don't even know if there's caffeine in Mountain Dew. I have no clue. In college, for whatever reason, I started drinking Mountain Dew. And to this day, if I get a hankering for a pop, it's good because I can't find RC. Love RC. That's the pop people around me grew up drinking. But that's harder and harder to find.
RC.
Royal Crown Cola.
No, yeah, no.
Oh, yeah. The best of all the colas.
Really crappy cola.
Bar none. Pardon me.
I'm sorry.
If it's good enough for Browns Stadium, Rob, the most Cleveland thing ever, right? Hey, our official pop is RC, but I love it.
Yeah, I haven't had it in years and years and years.
I haven't had it in a minute either.
Do they still make Tab too?
I believe they might.
Remember Tab? My grandmother used to drink Tab.
I like Squirt.
It's just pee.
Squirt is just pee, but it's lemon, lime, grapefruit pee. And I love the taste of it. I can't get enough.
That's what you use in your palomas, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
I do. Vodka. Tequila and squirt. That's right. It's so good. I'm underneath it. Right? I'm underneath.
Right out of the tap.
Right out of the tap.
Yeah.
Oh. I can't get enough of it. More palomas, please. I'm celebrating my independence. Let's put some more corn on the cob on the grill. By the way, speaking of corn, somebody, this thing is 13 years old. She doesn't have wild hair or anything. But somebody said, have you ever seen the Lindy Corn Supercut? And I hadn't. This had to have been, I don't know if it was in the early days of her practice or what. You know, Lindy Corn on this show, we've really put a spotlight on this woman because I'm so fascinated by her. She is like a workplace harassment lawyer. That's her area of expertise. What she specializes in up there in Buffalo. And Roger is one of our bureau chiefs who's been kind enough over the years to keep me abreast of all of the Lindy Corn ads, right?
Her boss hugged her and squeezed her breasts, which felt sexual in nature, not like a greeting.
Right. That was the very first one that he ever sent to me, and the first one that we ever played was hugged her.
My client worked as a busser at a restaurant, and her supervisor groped her breast while the general manager looked on and did nothing. Does this sound familiar? If so, call the law office of Lindy Corn.
Right, that's the other thing that we like to play with is she'll come up with these scenarios that I'm sure some of them are organic and probably happen, and others feel really contrived, and then she'll go, does this sound familiar?
No.
That's her hook.
My client, a female machinist, complained about not being paid for overtime, and when she came to work the next day, she found a rat in her toolbox. Does this sound familiar? Call the law office of Lindy Corn.
Now, around these parts, rat in your toolbox feels like, that's like a euphemism for something.
Totally.
But Lindy Corn, K-O-R-N, this should be underneath all of her advertisements, I guess, but she probably doesn't have the clearance. But somebody sent me like an old supercut of, I don't know if these were like her early ads. You know, she didn't have the blue hair. Now she's kind of matchy-matchy with the hair and the outfit and whatever.
Planning your wedding, and everyone in your family is excited and joyous, anticipating that very special day. Now you go to work and you make your announcement to your workplace family about the upcoming wedding, your date, plans, and that is when things begin to change. You may find situations like these. My supervisor congratulated me, but the district manager told me that he thought I shouldn't talk about it at work.
Just her facial expressions are so dismissive of what these people are saying. She's like, didn't want it spoken about at work. So this is when she was a bit more long-winded, right? Because now in her ad, she just cuts to the chase.
Have you been called a cheap Jew at work? Call the law office of Lindy Corn.
Yeah, that one hits close to home.
That one cuts.
For Lindy.
My coworker, whom I've known for years, told me she's happy for me, but she does not think that she would like to live as a queer person and not be accepted where she worships. A week after the announcement, someone put a video of same-sex porn on my desk. All of this made me feel as though I was being targeted because I was a lesbian. At the end of the quarter, I was given a negative performance review and put on a performance improvement plan because I wasn't a team player.
So anyway, very long-winded, this supercut. You know, she's now I infer that Lindy Corn is gay. I don't know if that's true or not, but she seems to have a great deal of interest in those kinds of cases. So I don't know anything about her, but she works hard. And she, again, this supercut 13 years ago there on YouTube. Thank you, whoever sent me that.
They do that now, don't they? What? Call themselves lesbos.
Yeah. They didn't think I should talk about. Now, first off, if you heard someone talking ad nauseum about their wedding in the workplace, it would just be annoying, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
It wouldn't be discriminatory. I know what she's talking about. The scenario she's giving is Sounds like it was. I mean, obviously, if somebody had gay porn put on their desk, I mean, that's a nasty situation. But under most circumstances, it would just be people going, Jesus, Janice, enough of the wedding.
That's me. At work all the time.
Yeah.
Like, can we just work? How about that?
So you're not going to be here for my giant 6-hour Alan Cox Show birthday show?
Well, yours I'll do because I'm part of it. But to anybody else, it can get bent.
15 years at the company with no prior problems. I feel sick and I have not been able to eat or sleep. I have made up my mind to complain to Human Resources about the hostility towards me at work and see if they care. Now, instead of thinking of my wedding and honeymoon, I think I must start searching for a new job.
Oh, I mean, nobody wants to be in that situation. But anyway, Lindy Korn, you know, she's clearly got enough workplace discrimination cases to have, in the course of these 13 years, really built herself up into a nice practice. And if I may be so bold, a local Buffalo legend, known among Buffalonians. What are people from Buffalo? Buffalonians?
Buffaloes.
Buffaloes. Known among Buffaloes as someone who can be trusted. I've got to take a break. 35192. I want to send me a text. AlanCoxShow.com, best place to email me. You can listen anywhere you are on the iHeartRadio app.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. We got stuff. You want stuff. Win stuff. This week at WMMS.com.
Register to win a pair of tickets to see Ice Nine Kills on the Hell of a Summer Tour, featuring Dayseeker, Kim Dracula, and The Funeral Portrait, August 28th at the Covelli Center in Youngstown. Get more info and register to win at WMMS.com.
Ready to ride through time? Visit riderta.com/50years for more information.
It's Alan. Cool up this summer at Northeast Ohio McDonald's with an icy frozen Coke, frozen Sprite Limonade, or frozen Fanta Blue Raspberry. My favorite, all just $2. Small, medium, or large, you pick any flavor. They've got them all summer long. Every time you buy one, 10 cents goes to Ronald McDonald House Charities of Northeast Ohio. Every year, thousands of families whose kids get medical care throughout Northeast Ohio are served by Ronald McDonald House Charities. Hit up McDonald's this summer. Prices and participation may vary.
Whoa, it's you, the Capital One Bank guy.
That's what they call me.
Mind if I get a selfie?
Yeah, sure thing. Say no fees or minimums on your Capital One checking account.
Wow, that's a keeper. So, where are you heading?
I'm off to spread the good news that Capital One helps people keep more money in their wallet with no overdraft fees.
Oh, you're the best Capital One Bank guy.
Hey, mind if I get a selfie?
Sure.
Say, Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank for details. Capital One NA, member FDIC.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
We've got the inventory, and we're dealing at Ken Ganley Kia. Over 1,500 new Kias, including K4, K5, Seltos, Telluride, Sportage, and Sorrento, with payments from just $179 lease per month, or buy with zero down. $179 or zero down. It gets even better. Save thousands when you buy with 0% financing, zero down. And now your trade is worth more than ever towards the purchase of a new Kia. Bring it on in and get our top dollar. Need credit? Our goal is 100% approval at Ken Ganley Kia in Medina, Mentor, Alliance, and Boardman. Online at KenGanleyKia.com. Tell them Mackenzie sent ya, because I want to see ya in a Ken Ganley Kia.
KMA rebates assigned to dealer, 25 Sportage, 36 months, APR $27.78 per month per thousand financed, plus tax, tag, title, and doc fee on approved credit through KMF expires 6/30/25.
You handle school drop-offs and grocery budgets like a pro. But when was your last dentist visit? Let Aspen Dental take care of you with affordable options, flexible hours, and zero judgment. From checkups to crowns, we've got you covered. Walk in or book online at aspendental.com. For more information on your local office, visit aspendental.com. Practice owners Drs. Laccaretti and Maurer.
Thinking about buying your first home? Now, with Third Federal, you can buy your first home and pay no PMI. Hi, I'm Mark Stefanski, Chairman and CEO of Third Federal. Private mortgage insurance, or PMI, can cost thousands of dollars over the life of your loan. And you may not realize PMI doesn't protect you. It only protects the lender in case of default. But at Third Federal, you can buy a home with just 5% down and no PMI. Plus, first-time home buyers get $750 off of closing costs. So if you're thinking about buying your first home, go for it and visit thirdfederal.com.
Even before you find a home, lock in 6.625%, APR 6.685% on a 30-year fixed-rate purchase mortgage. Visit thirdfederal.com or call 1-800-3rd-FED today. APR reflects 15% down for $350,000 loan amount. Rate requires automatic payment program and is subject to change. Restrictions apply. See conditions for closing cost coupon at thirdfederal.com/FTHB. Equal housing lender.
Hey, it's Alan. We're finally getting some of that weather we've been waiting all year for. If you're looking to upgrade the backyard or the patio, make a beeline for Northeast Factory Direct. You got some tired, janky patio furniture? They got a huge selection of furniture in stock, ready to go. Outdoor sectionals, dining sets, fire pits, all solid pieces that hold up season after season. Northeast Factory Direct in Cleveland, Euclid, Macedonia, and North Canton. While you're browsing, just tell them that Alan Cox told you all about it, or shop their entire patio collection at northeastfactorydirect.com.
Are you ready for the ultimate entertainment experience? It's all here, only with Spectrum TV Select. Popular apps are included: Disney Plus, Max, Peacock Premium, Paramount Plus, AMC Plus, and more. And live TV for sports, entertainment, and news. Enjoy across your devices, no matter when or where you are. Get Spectrum TV Select and start streaming your favorites today. It's all here. Visit spectrum.com/entertainment. Restrictions apply.
Mr. Hero's turning 60. We're proud to have served your favorite cravings like the signature Roman burger and classic hot buttered cheesesteak for 60 years. And celebrating what we do best. Thanks, Ohio.
I crave a hero.
iHeartRadio wants you to see Creed live on their Summer of '99 tour. And you pick the city. We'll take care of everything, including premium tickets and a meet and greet and soundcheck party VIP package. Just listen to us on the iHeartRadio app, tap the contest tab, and enter. Tickets at livenation.com.
Here's comedians and Skechers getting comfortable. Presented by Hands-Free Skechers Slip-Ins.
Hey, I'm Bobby Slayton, and I'm here with my pal, comedian, and Skechers ambassador, Mr. Howie Mandel.
Why did it take so long to invent something as amazing as slip-ins? I know it seems simple, but it took Skechers to invent a better pair of shoes.
Yep, with Skechers Slip-ins, you just step it and go. You don't have to touch your shoes. And by the way, Slip-ins are for the whole family. Men, women, and kids. In all your favorite Skechers styles, find Skechers Slip-ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
Bank of America is the nation's leading business lender, and we're ready to help with your next goal here in Cleveland. That's why we have over 3,700 local business specialists across the country. Because with the right team, your business and community prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA Club World Cup 2025. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
It's Allin for Window Nation. Beat the heat all summer with Window Nation's semi-annual sale. Buy 4 windows, get 4 free. Redo your whole house with Window Nation windows. You get a free entry door as well. Plus, for 2 years, no payments at all. Nothing down, no monthly, no interest. Until 2027, it's a fantastic investment in your home. Windows come with a lifetime warranty. They're expertly installed. Call 866-90-NATION. Say Alan Cox told me all about it, or go to windownation.com. Window Nation is a proud partner of the Cleveland Cavaliers.
Traffic. From the Elk and Elk Traffic Center, serious lawyers for serious injuries. Call 1-800-ELK, Ohio. Traveling the Shoreway westbound, Route 2 West, an earlier rollover crash at the Lake Clifton Baltic split is being cleaned up. Only 2 lanes now available. Traffic is backed all the way across the Main Avenue Bridge toward East 9th Street. An accident on 71 South, blocking the left lane before 480, and word of an accident on 480 East near Clegg Road. Jackie Roberts in the Traffic Center.
This report is sponsored by Erie Insurance.
Celebrating 100 years of protecting your family's most priceless moments. Then, now, always. Erie Insurance.
From the all-new Avon Lake Rams Studios, we say yes.
The buzzer. The home of the buzzer. The buzzer. This is 100.7 WMMS. Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
It's called the cellular phone, and it's being heralded as a revolution in technology.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
Alan, will you do the Mountain Dew neti pot for us on the live stream? Hi, I'm Alan Cox for Navage. You ever seen those ads for Navage?
Oh, yeah.
And this is my hot Mountain Dew neti pot. You gotta warm it up first. Everybody's telling me everywhere that sells RC. Marks. Giant Eagle. Hey, Sly Stone died.
Yeah.
He and Brian Wilson. I think they're both 82 years old. I just watched the Sly Stone documentary. Was I texting you to watch that when I was watching it?
Yeah.
It's about a month or so ago, and it's called Sly Lives because they were like, a lot of people think Sly Stone's dead. I didn't know he started out in radio. He started out as a radio DJ. It's called Sly Lives, and it's on Hulu. It's called Sly Lives, a.k.a. The Burden of Black Genius. And it's another one of these things that Questlove directed. He directed Summer of Soul, too, I think.
That was so goddamn good.
I watched that on your recommendation. Like, it had been in the back of my mind, and then you were like, you got to watch this.
Great,
the Sly Lives documentary is great, too. Yeah, and obviously they talk to all these people that Sly and the Family Stone influenced. But, you know, they were pointing out the fact that this was, for the time, it was a very diverse band. It was Sly Stone and, you know, who didn't start out as like junior George Clinton. But it's a wild documentary.
Yeah, he had a bunch of white dudes in his band. That was a big thing that he talked about in that Summer of Soul documentary. It was like nobody knew how to react to the fact that it wasn't an all-black band.
No. It was like half black, half white.
And some of the most funky stuff, like the bass player was a white dude.
Yeah.
They were like, wait a minute.
Yeah. Yeah, great documentary. Sly Stone was 82 years old, but he was a DJ back in the day. I don't know if it was in San Francisco. I don't remember what it was. He was on a station called KSOL. And he was a big deal, by the way, when he was on the radio, because he was producing people's records really before he blew up. He was producing other people's records, and he was integrating bands. He had black artists, white artists playing together, and so that's why Sly and the Family Stone sounded the way that they did. Died from COPD. See a lot of ads for that. Is that from smoking? It's pulmonary disease. And he had other health problems as well. But I don't think he put out an album in a long time. I don't think that Sly Stone did anything for probably 15 years. But, it was called Sly Lives because he's like, black people think I'm already dead.
I did.
And he was as cool as you'd want him to be. 82 years old. And then Brian Wilson died from the Beach Boys.
That's a legit drag.
But that's another guy that I thought was already dead, but I think maybe I was thinking of Dennis. Because Dennis died a long time ago, right?
Oh,
Did
yeah.
Dennis drown?
Drowned.
He was the only legitimate surfer in the Beach Boys. Now, the Beach Boys are a band that never once registered with me. My mom didn't listen to them. I never once gave more than a passing thought to the Beach Boys. Now, they had an album called Pet Sounds way into their career where Brian Wilson was like, I got some different creative juices I got to spill on this thing, and it's considered to be this high watermark of production and creativity. It was a complete left turn for the Beach Boys. It flopped, and Brian Wilson was like despondent. This guy was like suicidal.
Well, yeah.
Because he poured himself. Now, Pet Sounds is like got Wouldn't it be nice? And so when I listen to it, I'm like, I don't know what everybody's talking about.
Well, you got to go past that. Like you got to go in on God only knows.
Yeah, no,
things
I know.
like that. That's where it is an amazing album. And I'm not just trying to do the pretentious let's talk about Brian Wilson because he just died thing, but that's a great album. And it didn't get its dues until much, much later in his life. And at that point, he'd already had his nervous breakdown. He'd already had all of his problems because of the non-commercial success.
Well, and for its time, because people who associate the Beach Boys with surf music like this, but I think this was on Pet Sounds. Wasn't Surfin' on Pet Sounds?
That I don't know.
But it was considered to be like their move to a different kind, like a more progressive rock kind of sound, I guess, for them at that time. And so many other artists that I enjoy always cite Pet Sounds as an influence that I'm like, well, there's clearly something there that I'm not hearing. So it's me. It's obviously not the album.
The Beatles would say they upped their game because of the Beach Boys.
Right.
There was that competition that was silent between them. You know, when they put this out.
Were you a Beach Boys fan?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because this album, they use like the guys from the Wrecking Crew. Like Pet Sounds, I think I was reading, was the first album where like they didn't play everything.
Yeah.
So they had I mean, if you look at the people who played on, it's like a phone book, right? Like Hal Blaine on the drum. I always focus in on the drummers. And Jim Gordon and Glenn Campbell was on it, and Roy Caton playing the trumpet. A ton of people played on Pet Sounds.
Yeah, and Surfin' was way prior. Like that was part of that Beach Boys sound that inspired Jan and Dean and that sort of stuff, right? But when you dive in, man, Pet Sounds it's a really great record.
Sloop John B is on Pet Sounds,
which I love.
So yeah, I would have to go back, I guess, and listen to the whole thing. But Beach Boys was just one of those artists. My mom was a huge Beatle freak. Beach Boys was not on in my house growing up. So
if you're not a Beatle or a Beach Boys guy, even going back and re-listening to Pet Sounds with an open ear, you're probably not going to get it. You know what I mean? If it's not your thing, Sloop John B isn't going to sound any different to you by listening to the album.
No, but was it because for Beach Boys fans it was such a sea change for them?
Yeah, I think people were expecting Surfin' Safari, and they got that.
Right.
So they were like, well, what the hell just happened? This isn't what we know of the Beach Boys.
So from the production end of it, too, it was considered like a quantum leap for them. So Pet Sounds is the one that always is cited when artists talk about being inspired by the Beach Boys. And it was basically a Brian Wilson solo record. He was like, this is what is in my head, and it flopped. Like Rob said, it would come to prominence way down the road. But this guy was like, I'm getting out of the business because I thought this was going to be amazing, and nobody cares. At the time, this was 1966.
I mean, this took him a year. Like he completely dedicated himself to this. Did you ever watch the movie with John Cusack?
High Fidelity?
Yeah. No, the one about the Beach Boys.
I
forget what the hell it's called.
Cusack's coming to town, by the way.
I saw that. Beach Boys.
Love and Mercy.
Yes.
Does he play Brian Wilson?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's great. You check that out. That might give you a little more appreciation for it too. But
I mean, well, what struck me was they were like, when I was reading up on Pet Sounds, they were like, Brian Wilson was inspired by his delving into marijuana and LSD use. And I'm like, wow, that is not what I'm getting from Pet Sounds. It's a guy on LSD.
But see, you know what it is it's not what we're thinking when you think of LSD. We're thinking, you're thinking of Pink Floyd. You're thinking of that type of thing. That's not what this was. If you listen to the layers of production in this, that's what drove him bananas. He put everything into this album.
Well, I'm going to go back and listen to it because obviously everybody, they're like, it's considered one of like the greatest albums ever and most influential. So obviously there's something there. It just never, maybe I'll listen to it tonight and it'll stay with me forever. I don't know.
I doubt it.
But Brian Wilson and Sly Stone were both 82 years old. And there's no overstating the influence that the Beach Boys had on. But I mean, like, Dennis, okay, so it was him and Carl and Dennis were the brothers in the band, right?
Yep.
Al Jardine, Mike Love.
Mike Love's a dick.
Well, but he was like the last man standing. Like, wasn't he the one that was taking them out and doing Kokomo with John Stamos? And
Yeah.
like, for a lot of people, they know the Beach Boys from Kokomo. And by that time, I think it was just Mike Love. Like, these guys were suing each other, and because Mike Love was their cousin, and then Al Jardine was a friend. But the other guys were brothers. And Dennis drowned a long time ago. But he was the only real surfer. The family announced that Dennis Wilson died, or Brian Wilson died, sorry. But they didn't say why. But he was kind of known for having a mental breakdown, right?
Oh my God! Yeah,
He went off the deep end,
completely off the rails. Like,
Yeah.
and you know, we're going to be playing a bunch of Beach Boys tonight.
Oh yeah,
on MMS. Yeah.
Oh sweet.
Just for the hell of it, you know
Yeah.
what I mean? Like again, whether you like the Beach Boys or you don't, there was a massive chunk of inspiration that sort of paved the way
You
for
can
a
play
bunch
in
of
my
people
room?
in rock. Of course,
In my room, yeah.
great. You know, so yeah, so Corey's gonna host that later on. We're gonna jump in on a whole bunch of stuff, which will be fun. So yeah, check that out. But it's I think I
Just
missed.
start after us.
Yeah, we'll do it right at 6:30, and then we'll do it at 7:30, or 7, 8, 9. You know, top of every hour.
Cool.
It'll be fun.
Yeah.
Corey's into that stuff, man.
I think he might be. The Beatles acknowledged that Pet Sounds helped inspire Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band in 1967.
I think it forced them all to be better. You know what I mean? Like it was, which I think is cool. You know, like they were able to sort of look at what they were doing, because Rubber Soul had come out, and that's what inspired Brian to make Pet Sound. He's like, I got to make a bigger and better record than Rubber Soul.
Well, not only that, but because it was considered so progressive for its time, it's like, you know, there's a lot of artists that call Brian Wilson like the father of indie rock, because all these bands are like, it was Pet Sounds that made me start experimenting with what you could do with rock and roll.
Yeah, and again,
down the road anyway. At least there are certain bands that like Yola Tango comes to mind for people who are hip to that band. Like that's a band that comes to my mind where I'm like, they must have listened to a lot of Pet Sounds.
The harmonies, the layers of production, and again, it's so easy with Pro Tools now to dick around and make a sound, right? But to sit there in a studio and try to create, that's what's awesome to listen to. So if you do jump in on Pet Sounds, listen to the dry tracks, listen to the vocal tracks, listen to the way that they put the stuff together. And that's what's, for me, that's when I sort of started to figure out that they were more than just like a Jan and Dean ripoff. You know what I mean?
Here, I found one of those. Here's one of those dry tracks from Pet Sounds.
Seeing this place with a new set of eyes can make you feel lost. Lost in this paradox with thoughts of doubt that does not need to exist.
I mean, listen, I it's not for everybody.
No.
But he really got experimental with that album. Okay, listen. Beach Boys tonight. Dennis Wilson said that the rest of the group were just Brian's messengers. Brian Wilson is the Beach Boys. He's all of it, period. We're nothing. He's everything. That's how his brother described. So no sibling rivalry there.
But they ended up all, because of everything that happened. They
all hated
such a
each
rift
other.
in the band. Oh, yeah. Like John Stamos was touring with the Beach Boys. Like
right, Kokomo. He's like in the video.
It became a whole thing, and it was Mike Love's band, and he's the Beach Boys. And then they kind of they dragged Brian Wilson out. I had a record guy that I worked very closely with tell me a story. I never got to see them with Brian, but I think they were with Capitol Records at the time or something, and they went backstage, and Paul was able to meet Brian Wilson. It was like this huge thing for him. And they went back, and Brian Wilson was sitting at a table eating a bowl of corn. Just a bowl, like just sitting and eating corn.
Common thread today.
Yeah, correct. And they go, Brian, can you say hi to Paul? And he just looked up and he like raised his hand and smiled. Hi. And like it was like, this is what a human being is supposed to do when they're saying hello to someone.
Yeah.
So it was a quick thing, and they did a meet and greet after, and every single time Brian took a photo, he was standing in front of the Beach Boys sign, someone would come up next to him, and they'd go, Brian, and he'd raise his hand and he'd smile. He'd put it back down. Someone would come up, Brian, raise his hand, smile.
I think every photo I've ever seen of him, he looks like that.
That's what I'm saying.
He looks like Klaatu from The Day the Earth Stood Still.
Yeah, but prior to that, if you look at photos of Brian, he was a handsome guy. he was on top of the world. Pet Sounds killed him. He lived another bunch of years, obviously, right? But it destroyed him.
And that was back when songs were like 2 minutes long.
Right.
Right?
Yeah.
Radio song, real short. They got their star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame in 1980. And so, yeah, when Pet Sounds came out, he was in bad shape. He stopped touring with them in 1965.
That was while
the
he was
Beatles
working
were the
on
ones who knocked them off like the top of the charts.
And that was while he was working on Pet Sounds, because that was like 65, 66, I think.
Yeah. Mike Love, who was the front man, was vehemently opposed to any deviation from what had become their formula. Brian Wilson, I'm just reading this as written, overstressed, overindulged, despondent, drugged, and dissipated, was increasingly out of sight and out of touch.
That's a quote?
Yeah.
Guy's such a douchebag.
Well, no, I'm sorry. That was how this was written. This is in
okay.
No quotes in that. But they were like, Mike Love was the front man during that time. And the fact that Pet Sounds sold poorly is what got them all fighting with each other. Because the rest of the guys are like, or at least Mike Love's like, well, why are we not doing more surfing? Except the trouble is when you get to be like 40,
still writing Help Me
you're doing
Rhonda.
little Deuce Coupe. And, it's one thing to sing them. It's another thing to try to crank those out.
Still dropping Chubby Checker Twist songs, different variations of that first song.
Wouldn't it be nice if we were older and we could have sex? Or whatever the subtext of that song was. Brian Wilson worked on what he hoped would be his magnum opus, a vast, abstract suite called Smile.
Yeah, that was another one.
Yeah. And so, because Good Vibrations came up down the road, I think. Anyway.
Rip.
Yeah. Rip Brian Wilson, gone at 82. He was diagnosed with schizoaffective disorder, auditory hallucinations, and paranoia back in the day. So, yeah, this guy, for a while in music and pop culture, Brian Wilson became shorthand for an artist who went insane.
Yep.
Like in the modern day, right? But you got to think, people think that money and success solves everything, but the pressure to maintain that when you're writing songs, for God's sake, right? Like they're just like smoke rings. You're like, yeah, people like these. Let's do more like these. But at some point you go, I want to do something different.
Well, that's creativity, right?
I want to do Surfin' Safari again.
Correct.
Yeah.
Let's not do Barbara Ann again.
Pet Sounds had an unprecedented production cost at the time exceeding $70,000, which today would be about $700,000 in production costs. Pretty wild. So Brian Wilson and Sly Stone, both gone at 82.
Be Mice Elf.
Be Mice Elf. And Everyday People.
Again.
Yeah. People are bummed that but we had a little bit of miscommunication. Well, not miscommunication so much with Sammy Hagar. We're going to try to get him back on.
He'll be on.
Dave, are you available?
Yes, I am!
All right, because I was going to I'm so excited to talk to Sammy, but do you think he should come back on the show?
Yeah!
All right.
He will. He'll be on. I guarantee it.
Oh, yes.
Dave agrees, too. Oh, I just felt terrible I couldn't talk to Sammy today. That's how I felt.
Yeah.
Like a punch to the gut, Rob.
Yep.
Alan, Rob, Pete in Pittsburgh here. Last night, I tried for the first time the Stadium Mustard. I guess it's a Cleveland staple or whatnot.
Oh, good.
It was okay. I've been born and raised on, very basic bitch, yellow French's mustard and whatnot. The brown mustard wasn't terrible, but okay, it's certainly a Cleveland thing, Just wondering what you guys thought of it. Obviously, you're not native to Cleveland. Anyway, hate the show.
Oh, he's been trying yeah. Well,
I'm a big fan of Stadium Mustard.
Yeah, it's good. I mean, the Burtmans, they didn't invent brown mustard here, but the Burtmans is real good. And we had, growing up in Chicago, we had Plaquemines. Hochman's brown mustard. I remember Heinz a number of years ago. You know, I live in Pittsburgh. Everything is Heinz. But it was a number of years ago. I was here in Cleveland. And Heinz got this bright idea. They were rolling out what they called Chicago dog sauce. You remember this at all?
No.
Anybody? It was Chicago dog sauce. Maybe it was distributed solely within the Midwest or maybe in the greater Chicagoland area. I don't know. And they were like, oh, we've created this new thing for Chicago hot dog lovers, Chicago dog sauce. And it was ketchup. They were trolling people. They were like, oh, this is how we're going to get people to enjoy it. Although there is a thing now called a Chicago sauce. My wife got me a bottle of this a while back. And it's just one sauce that has all the ingredients that would be in a Chicago hot dog. So you just pour that on your hot dog. So it's got pickles, tomatoes, onions, mustard, relish, peppers, and celery salt in the sauce. And then you just pour that on the hot dog.
Is it good?
Yeah, it's good. I mean, in a pinch. It's not like I'm putting, 99% of the time, if I'm having a hot dog, I'm not making a Chicago hot dog.
Right.
Right? I'm putting a hot dog in a bun. I'm putting mustard and relish on it. I'm eating it. But thank you, Pete. I really don't have. I don't have a dog in the. I don't think in the mustard fight.
When my family came for Caitlin's graduation, I had them bring New England style hot dog buns.
Now,
because
what are
you cannot
those?
get those here. It's I don't know. You just kind of look at it. It's split on the top of the bun. So instead of it being like a normal like a hot dog bun looks, it's a New England style. It's like a split. I don't know. You have to look at really.
A split on the top.
Yeah.
Okay.
It is the perfect way to eat a hot dog.
It's how they used to do Subway sandwiches back when the Subway chain first started.
Oh, really?
They used to cut them on the top.
Okay. Yeah. No. This is for me. It's the
top load hot dog buns.
So great. You have so much room for toppings, condiments rather.
Oh, that's a big load.
A huge one. Yeah,
all right.
Do a nice layer of raw onion on the bottom. Set your hot dog down. Do a little relish on one side, a little yellow mustard on the other side. Got yourself a hot dog, goddammit.
What is considered blasphemous to put on a New England style hot dog?
Well, I will always stand by ketchup should never be on a hot dog. But I have children, and that's what they like on their hot dogs.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I think once you get past the age of maybe 10, you probably shouldn't put ketchup on a hot dog.
I mean, it's considered you're a heretic in the Midwest if you're putting ketchup on a hot dog, but it's not terrible. Like,
yeah, it's not good.
Well,
it doesn't belong.
It's sweet.
It's not necessary.
I mean, relish is sweet too.
Okay. Dill relish too is fantastic.
Two wrongs don't make a right.
That's right. Yeah, I can't find those buns here anywhere, so I had my family bring them.
I bet I bet like if you went to the deli at Giant Eagle, they'd have them.
They don't.
They don't?
No.
Where's your top load rolls, dude?
Yeah. Hey, where do you keep your New England hot dog buns, kid? We don't have those here, sir. Well, you gotta order them, dude. You got guys like me.
What, is nobody making lobster rolls around here? What?
There's so much room in there for the condiments, kid.
You don't have a package of Wellesley Farms?
Dude, what the hell's the matter? You gotta get some soggies in here, dude.
Oh, yeah,
I sent you that
soggies,
picture, yeah.
Oh, God.
Soggy dogs and hot wieners. I sent you that. I told you all these crazy hot dog things. That's more a Rhode Island thing. But the New England bun is universally used. That's everywhere.
I went home and came back and didn't have one hot dog.
Oh, see, that's a mistake.
While I was gone. Of course it's a mistake.
I grabbed one in the airport.
Oh, God.
Where's the buns, dude? I asked my brother, hey, EJ, do me a favor. Bring me some buns, kid. He's like, you want the hot dog buns? I said, yeah, dude.
That's a big load.
Oh. Hey, want to go to the Lake Erie Crushers? Northeast Ohio's ultimate outdoor concert destination. They're debuting the Lake Erie Crushers concert series. I love Crushers games. They'll go around the 4th of July, do the fireworks. You got a 4-pack of tickets for an upcoming game. Go to LakeErieCrushers.com. And they got a full list of their concerts. They're doing, this Friday night, they're doing a night of Kiss. featuring Mr. Speed, Kiss cover band, all right? 4 tickets for you for an upcoming Crushers game. Have fun. Good luck. Caller 10, 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart device. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show.
On iHeartRadio.
This September, our iHeartRadio Music Festival
Presented by Capital One
is coming back to Las Vegas.
September 19th and 20th, streaming live only on Hulu. And you can be there for a weekend full of superstar performances.
Starring
The Offspring,
Jelly Roll,
Sammy Hagar, Justice, John Fogerty,
and more. 15 artists, 2 nights, 1 stage.
Capital One cardholders can score their iHeartRadio Music Festival tickets right now before anyone else. Tickets are only available while pre-sale tickets last or until Friday, June 13th at 1 p.m. Eastern. And that's not all. Add a Capital One Access Pass to your pre-sale purchase to attend an exclusive pre-concert event with a private performance from LL Cool J on Friday or Jelly Roll on Saturday. Only available during the cardholder pre-sale. Pre-sale tickets are limited and will go fast. So visit iHeartRadio.com/Capital One to buy now. And we'll see you
at our 2025 iHeartRadio Music Festival.
From the Universal Windows Direct Weather Center, WMMS Weather.
Mostly clear tonight, down to 63. Tomorrow and Friday, scattered rain both days, otherwise mostly sunny. High tomorrow 84, high Friday 83.
This report is sponsored by Columbus Zoo. This summer, something wild is coming to your
You know, I'm going to be back inside you, Willoughby, tomorrow night. I'm going to demand that this song be played when the doors open. I walk in, a smoke machine billowing behind me. We were out on Friday, but I had my first couple of appearances with Michelob Ultra. We're getting people registered for FIFA World Cup 2026 tickets, and it was a blast. I was out in Willoughby on Friday night at Bumpers. A lot of fans out there. A lot of fun. They were doing a lot. They have like sand volleyball courts out there. And so that was a blast. Saturday afternoon, I was in the Flats. I was at Inferno. The Flats are popping in the daytime. I mean, I know it was Pride weekend, too, so there was a lot of that. But then, like, bachelorette parties and bar crawls, and it was a lot of fun down there. Weather was awesome. But I'm back in Willoughby tomorrow night. If you go to AlanCoxShow.com and hit the contest page, you'll see where you can come out and qualify. It's interesting to me because soccer is a game, and again, you're just kicking a ball into these holes, you know. But soccer somehow is a game that everybody thinks they're going to be better at than they actually are. And I don't know if it's like, I don't know what you attribute that to. Because you get people who get it and they'll set the ball and then they'll be like sure that they're going to just kill it. And nothing could be further from the truth. Some people, you know, are good and know what they're doing. And but either way, it's a lot of fun. So there are plenty of places you can come out and try to win these tickets. Tomorrow night, I'm going to be at a place called Spirits in Willoughby. Friday, I'll be at the Town Tavern in Uniontown. And then Saturday, I'll be down in Akron at Ray's Pub. But the whole schedule of events with Michelob Ultra and WMMS, just go to AlanCoxShow.com and hit the contest page. So Willoughby, tomorrow night, after this program, I will get in my automobile, and I will be in you tomorrow night, Willoughby.
I've never been happier to have this screen in between us. I will be in you if we had made eye contact.
Yes.
Not great.
And then, well, I'm looking straight ahead.
Yeah.
So, yeah, Willoughby tomorrow night. I always like getting out to Willoughby, especially, like, I'd never been to Bumpers before. It's a little bit off the beaten path. You know, a lot of these places are in that downtown Willoughby strip. The DT Dub, as we in the know call it, Rob. Bumpers a little bit further out there. But it was a great time. It was a lot of fun.
Bumpers.
So everybody's telling me where to get you split top buns, but you've got a specific thing. People are like, they're at Mark's.
Yep.
I know people are telling you Heinen's. You already said no.
Yeah, no. The ones that they're talking, I've seen them. I've purchased them. They're not the same thing.
Anna says she gets them at Aldi. It's the only kind she buys.
Is it called the New England hot dog bun or the New England style hot dog bun?
She called them brioche.
Yeah, see, not the same thing. I'm telling you. It's basically white bread.
Now, one person says that Mark's has New England buns.
If they have them, I will go buy them tomorrow.
But they might just be paraphrasing what you've already said.
Yeah, I right now I have a freezer full of them, so I'm good.
Courtney and Diamond says, go to Aldi. They're New England cut.
Perfect. But New England cut isn't New England style.
This is what I'm saying. I think they're just extrapolating. Oh, if they're cut in the top, that means they're New England. England style what? They're more bulbous?
It's they're I don't even know how to really describe it.
All right.
They're like, it is like white bread. You know what I mean?
Because
like
you can get split top buns anywhere. Like you can get them at
Yes.
Pepperidge Farm makes them. That's not what you're looking for.
Correct.
Pepperidge Farm.
Pepperidge Farm
remembers. Yeah, you can go to Meijer and get those. So you're not specifically talking about just sliced on the top.
No. And if I'm gonna be really picky about it,
yep,
I want to get the Freihoffers. Freihoffers buns, New England split top. Those are the ones, dude. Telling you.
All right.
Freihoffer.
Well, you probably can't get those around here.
No, sir.
All right.
But if I can get some that are close, I'll do it.
Mm-hmm. Weiss Markets is all this is saying. That must be a New England thing.
I don't know. I don't know Weiss.
All right.
What do I know from Weiss?
Walmart has it.
Walmart. Yeah, see, I'm looking at Pepperidge Farm right now.
Pepperidge Farm remembers.
They do remember, but they aren't the right hot dog buns.
All right.
These are the split tops. Yes, but not New England style.
All right.
Specific, dude.
I know. That's what I'm saying. Like a Chicago hot dog is supposed to be on a poppy seed bun.
Yeah.
Those aren't They're probably easier to find than the ones you're talking about, but you can't go anywhere and find them. Maybe you can. Oh, you know what? I wanted to follow up on this because over there at Fox 8, they did follow up on this. Remember Chewy the raccoon? You know, we were talking about that guy earlier, local legends. And we were talking about the guy who had thrown in Kentucky, one of our Kentucky bureau chiefs, sent me the story about a guy who was in trouble again. This was a guy who months ago had gotten in trouble because he had drunkenly stolen a mule and then tried to escape the cops on said mule, which, as Rob established, has a top speed, a top sustained speed of 4 miles per hour.
Mm-hmm.
And he got in trouble again because he got mad at some local business and released a live raccoon into their midst. Well, the local raccoon story, the one that became internationally known, was Chewy the raccoon. This was the raccoon that was caught holding that lady's 2 crack pipes in her car when they pulled her over. And they were trying to determine what they were going to do with Chewy the raccoon. They were going to rehouse him. I didn't hold out a lot of hope for anyone to legitimately do anything in Chewy the raccoon's best interest. But the woman, she's still obviously being prosecuted for drug crimes or whatever else. This is out in Springfield Township. Victoria Page Vidal. They scooped her up initially because she had an outstanding warrant. But she's basically gone from living in her car to living in a tent. And she's not giving Chewy up. So, you know, if you saw the body cam footage, we played some of that for you a couple of weeks ago, and they're all, ha, 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 you know, there's a raccoon in there. But it's illegal to have a raccoon that's wild. You know, it's got to have papers. So they're like, we first followed up with the woman who was, at the time when they followed up with her, she's still living, I think, with Chewy, in a car. She was living in a car outside of a condemned house in Akron. So things aren't going great.
Not great.
And then they followed up with her again, and she is now living in a tent.
Tent.
With several dogs and Chewy.
So no better, really.
The state of Ohio allows raccoons to be kept as pets if they're bought from a breeder or if they have a permit. You can't keep wild raccoons. They could carry all manner of things. She said she bought Chewy online, but can't find her bill of sale. Now, I call bull shrimp on that. I think she just found a raccoon and took it in, lured it in with a meth pipe. You know how much raccoons love meth?
Mm-hmm.
According to some people, it's not that bad.
Hey, man, meth ain't that bad.
Now, I don't know. That's for humans. He's a human.
Hey, man, meth ain't that bad.
I don't know if that's the case for raccoons. But even though she's living in a tent with several dogs, and why isn't anybody spotlighting the dogs? Just because Chewy got all the meth pipe FaceTime. How about these poor dogs? I mean, it's the old Norm Macdonald joke. You saw a homeless guy with a dog. The dog's like, this is the longest walk of my life. I could do this by myself. I don't need this guy.
Norm.
Yeah. But the woman says that she will not surrender Chewy because she doesn't want him to be euthanized. She's like, these wildlife officers said that they were going to put him somewhere, but they're going to euthanize him. I've had him since he was little, and I'm not going to give him up, is what she says.
Probably ask what the raccoon wants.
Nobody has asked what Chewy wants.
That's what I mean.
Not one person.
Guy's like, hey, just put me down, dude. I'm smoking meth. Living with this woman in a tent with 17 dogs.
Yeah.
Send me out to pasture.
I remember when I was a kid, there was this story in the Chicago Tribune about this woman who had fallen on hard times. And she had been, older woman, maybe late 60s, and she had been kicked out of her home for like non-payment of mortgage or utilities or something. And so she moved into her car. She was living in a station wagon, and this is where they found her. And she was living in her station wagon with 5 dogs and a couple of puppies. And when they found her in her car, there was a dead dog on the dashboard. And, you know, this was in the winter time. This woman had been kicked out of her home. And, the temperatures are, plunging to around 0 that time of year. And she told the police that she would stay warm. She's quite resourceful. She said she would stay warm by sleeping with the dogs piled on top of her. And I was always curious if that included the one on the dashboard.
Well, she was just keeping him cool for a nice proper burial at the end of the winter.
I'm like, does that also include the dead dog on the dashboard? Are you pulling him down on top?
He's a pillow.
Every night. But they never, of course, that woman's long gone. This would have been the early 80s. And those dogs, just as gone as she is. But the lady with Chewy the raccoon, she has no intention of giving him up. Because, like she said, she's had him since he was little.
What's the shelf life on a raccoon?
Don't know.
You got to assume. She said she's had him since he was little. So, what do they go, 5 years maybe?
The average lifespan of a raccoon in the wild is 2 to 3 years.
All right, so this is out of the wild.
In captivity, this is the ratio, it can live up to 20 years.
Oh, Christ.
Obviously, any animal in captivity is going to do a little better, but...
20 years, this poor raccoon has to stick around with this woman.
Well, I think the meth will get it.
Meth ain't that bad.
It's not that bad. And so that is, now I have to imagine that this woman is not going to be able to plead her case. ODNR is going to take the raccoon. And yes, they're probably going to euthanize Chewy.
Maybe not.
He is a known drug offender.
Maybe they're going to send him off.
Ain't that bad.
Nice farm. Nice beautiful little area for him to run around and play and smoke his meth.
I wonder what the converse is. They say, we're just talking about here. Raccoon, in the wild, 2 to 3 years. Captivity, 20 years, right? Less risk of disease, you're being taken care of, like zoo animals.
No cars.
Right? Some people complain about zoo animals, but they are obviously taken very good, if they get wounds or infections, there's veterinarians that take care of them. There's no predators. You're not going to starve. Conversely, I wonder what the life expectancy of a wild human would be.
It's 7 minutes.
Well, no, some people really know what they're doing. And, obviously we have much greater physical and mental capacity than an animal does. But I wonder.
Well, I guess I was just talking about me.
Oh, you?
Yeah.
Oh, you'd live in the wild for 7 minutes?
I mean, look at me.
I don't know.
Yeah, I'm Johnny Outdoorsman.
Yeah, but necessity is the mother of invention. You watch that show Naked and Afraid?
Yeah.
And these aren't people. This isn't their first rodeo. I mean, to get on that show, you have to be really, really skilled in some nasty situations.
Yep.
That's how they winnow those people down. So by the time you get on that show, you know what you're doing.
Right.
Now, I still don't know why you got to be naked.
Well, I think they're just trying to say, like a real wild animal here. You have the comforts of clothing. You have bugs in your butthole and it's cold. And...
I mean, yeah. Pyrenees by the dashboard light, somebody suggested.
Yes.
Well done. Well done. Alan, please tell Rob they sell Freihofer split top buns at Sam's Club.
Okay. All right. Listen, my wife has a membership. I will.
Now,
I will
Rob likes the finer things in life, so he shops at Samuel's Club.
That's also true.
I don't know if they have them there.
They might.
Alan, Walmart literally carries those in Streetsboro, and we drive out there to get them.
I love all of these things. That makes me so happy. I will go check them out.
Tell Rob I moved to Ohio from New Jersey, and I feel the same way about bagels.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, people from New York, my bosses, when I was on in Pittsburgh, both of my, my upper management guys were from New York. And they were just, New York bagels. Oh, the bagels.
They swear it's the water.
And you go, yeah, whatever. And then you have a New York bagel. It's the greatest goddamn thing I've ever had in my life.
Yeah, bagels should never need anything. Like, if you get a really good bagel, you don't need cream cheese, you don't need butter, you don't need it toasted, you need nothing. You say, give me a bagel, and you eat it.
First class in New England top load sounds like brunch in Provincetown. Somebody else.
Hey, well done. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well done.
Rob's a top load guy.
Yeah. From way back.
Mm-hmm. I've got to take another break. How is the time getting away from us, Rob?
It's flying.
How is it? You know, some days drag on. Maybe because it's the first day back after being gone for a few days. We're just full of piss and vinegar. Mostly piss. Vim and or vigor. All right. Piss and vim and vigor and vinegar.
Mostly piss.
Mostly. Okay. 35192. Send me a text. If you listen to us on the iHeartRadio app, you can drop messages there, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
our all-new conservation tower. Buy now at ZumbiziBay.com.
From the all-new Avon Lake Dodge Studios, we say yes.
100.7 WMMS, Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
Is this for real? Well, there's swearing in this. All kinds of effing and jeffing. Are you really allowed to broadcast this on the radio?
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
You're going to get the full Corey Roddick experience tonight as the Guardians close out that series against Tito and the Reds. Avoided the sweep in a big way. 11-2 was the final. The Guardians go on a pretty lengthy road trip. They'll start up Friday in Seattle against the Mariners. They'll go down the road to play the Giants in San Francisco and the A's in Sacramento before they come home to start the homestand against the Toronto Blue Jays on Tuesday, June 24th. I've got tickets for you all this week for that return game. 4-pack for Guardians Blue Jays around 3:40 all week. I was looking at my giveaways already because obviously it's already Wednesday. Looking at the things I will have for you next week. One of which is something I was looking at this morning. I follow the Agora on social media. They're doing The Evil Dead in concert. And I'm very excited for this. That's one of my favorite films of all time. The OG Sam Raimi Evil Dead. I don't think the tickets, let me see when the tickets are on sale, but I will have them for you all next week. They are on sale Friday at 10 a.m. Evil Dead in concert. This is October the 4th. It's a Saturday night at the Agora. The movie live, obviously, with Joe LaDuca's score from the film played live on stage. You know, Blossom will have the Cleveland Orchestra playing along with, like, Raiders of the Lost Ark or Lord of the Rings. They're going to be doing this at the Agora in October for the Evil Dead. So I'm excited. I will have passes for you all next week to see the Evil Dead with the live score played for you at the Agora. Also, Shinedown's coming. You want to go see Ghost? You know, you can't have your phone at the Ghost tour. This is one of those shows where you give up your phone.
It's because the new Papa.
Ghost on the 2025 Skella tour. They're going to play the Rocket Arena on July the 17th. That's not far off. And Steve Martin and Martin Short. You know, they've gone on tour as a comedy duo for the past few seasons. They're doing a little bit of a different thing this time around. They're doing a short tour called In Conversation, which I think is probably just going to be like a Q&A. I don't know what they have planned, but they're going to do the Akron Civic Theater on November the 20th.
Is that apartment building show still on?
Oh, Only Murders in the Building.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think they just... It took me a second. I'm like, they just wrapped the third season, I think.
Okay.
I think they got renewed for a fourth.
God, I watched the first one. I tried with the second, and I gave up.
I mean, it's kind of dad TV, but I like it. I like both of those guys a lot.
Me too.
The supporting cast is good. Selena Gomez throws me off because her face hasn't changed since she was on the Disney Channel. So she still looks like she's 9 years old. She talks like her jaw's wired shut, and she's got, you know, like she's using RV water for her neti pie. She just has like a very pinched, nasally kind of delivery, but she's very good in that show. Selena
Nathan
Gomez is
Lane.
a very talented person.
Nathan Lane was awesome. Everybody was great.
Paul Rudd was in it, and Meryl Streep.
I gave up. Maybe I should go back.
Meryl Streep and Martin Short became an item from that show.
Really?
Yeah, they're a full-on thing. She got divorced. His wife died some years ago. And Meryl Streep and Martin Short are an item. Anyway, Steve Martin, Martin Short. I will have those tickets for you next week. So, some good things coming up. I had to reschedule with Sammy Hagar. He was going to be on today. A little bit of a scheduling snafu. Well, he's a busy guy. So, we will try to get him on next week. Dave, are you available if Sammy's not?
Yes, I am!
Yes. Very good. He's always available.
Fewer than 10 minutes with that would be the greatest thing ever.
That's right. We'll talk about him training for the Ironman.
Oh, God, I'm running.
Oh. Dave, what's the shorthand there in Casper for Wyoming University?
Woo!
What about Wabash University?
Woo!
All right, good. Oh.
Yeah!
It's so dumb.
It is, but still.
Oh. What about Washington University there in Seattle? That's a real school, right?
Woo!
Is that what they call it? WU?
The Woo.
The Woo.
Woo!
Yeah. What about when you met RZA and Jizza? Right?
Woo!
Tang Clan. I gotcha.
I'll tell you all about it.
Oh, good. Thanks, Dave. Now I'm going to be doing.
Alan, you guys were talking about tipping being out of control yesterday. So the Subway downtown Cleveland, we went and got lunch one day, and the guy's like, just say no on the tip thing. And we're like, why? What's up? He's like, well, because it just goes to corporate. We don't get any of it. I thought that was pretty messed up. I hate the show. Peace.
That is wild.
I don't buy it.
Oh, you don't think so?
No.
Why would they say no tip?
Because it probably goes into their checks. It's probably taxed. Because remember we talked about that last time?
Yeah.
So it probably does go to corporate.
I mean, I've definitely never heard of that. Oh, I see what you're saying.
And they just kick it back to you as part of your pay.
But still, why would they dissuade anybody from tipping at all?
I don't know.
I'm going to go, you know what I'm going to do?
Maybe because they thought that would make the guy go, okay, well, here's $5 cash then.
I kind of recently got back into Subway. I hadn't had it forever, like years. And then, because there's one every 10 feet downtown, but the one closest to us is up 9th, closer to the lake. And I was walking around one day, I go, I'm going to go in a Subway. I just get a veggie, I'm going to go in there tomorrow for the show, and I'm going to run through Dave and Menner's situation there. I'm going to see what they say.
I bet you they thought by saying that would make you give them a cash tip.
Yeah, but people aren't walking around with cash. If you've paid with a card, I would infer you don't have cash. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Yeah. If it's on the screen, well, I'm going to find out. I'm gonna Sherlock Holmes this thing.
Where's the one on 9th? I like a Subway on occasion.
It's right up. It's if you go up 9th.
Yeah.
I don't know what the cross streets are. There's that church.
Yeah.
And then there's like the hotel in the corner. Like you cross Superior, and then you keep going a couple of blocks, and there's like a tiny little strip there with like a check cashing place and a local pizza joint, and there's a Subway in there.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm in.
I mean, there's one further east down Euclid. But I think it's the one on 9th is closer.
Yeah, I don't. I haven't seen one down here, so that's good to know.
Yep.
I like. I'm a turkey man. A little turkey sub.
I just get the veggie. But when we worked in Independence, there was one down the street. I was in there all the time. Harris Yulin died too. We were talking about Sly Stone and Brian Wilson. Harris Yulin, a bit of a deeper dive, and I thought that he had died a while ago, but I guess he died yesterday. He was the guy that was the guy that was living in the basement in the first season of Ozark.
Yeah.
Because they bought his house. He's one of those actors where you were like, oh, I know who that guy is. He did a ton of Broadway shows. He was a very prolific actor. He was in a ton of movies. We talked about Gene Hackman a while back when that whole Michigas was going on. He's in Harris Yulin's in a great Gene Hackman movie, the 70s, called Night Moves. Like the Bob Seger song about cat burglars, Rob? Isn't that what the song about, Night Moves?
I'll tell you later.
You know how Fire Down Below is people who are horny, not ambitious?
Yeah, I'll tell you about that later.
Okay, Harris Yulin. Well, there you go.
He was in Scarface, too.
He was, yes. A ton of movies.
He's that guy you Google it and you're like, oh, him.
Yep. But I thought he died a while ago. Harris Yulin, character actor and Broadway star, dies at 88. Over 100 credits, including Scarface, Training Day, Rush Hour, Numero Dos, Frasier, Ozark, and Clear and Present Danger. He died of cardiac arrest. He had a heart attack in New York City.
New York City.
New York City. I mean, if you're if you are going to have a heart attack anywhere, have it in New York City, man. The city that never sleeps. And now you sleep forever because you had a heart attack.
Top of the heap.
Yep.
You really are the most devious bastard in New York City.
Oh, I love
You
him.
are the most devious bastard in New York City. I was talking about when I was home and stayed with my brother, I was asking how my nephew was because he lives in
Tucson, Arizona.
He's an airline mechanic and it works overnight. And I'm like, is he still like that? Because my one nephew, my middle brother and his wife have 2 grown sons. And my one nephew is in Germany. He's with the Army, so he's stationed over there for a couple of years. And my other nephew has been in Tucson for a while. And he's an airline mechanic. And he works overnights. And I'm like, how's he feel about that? She's like, he loves it. Really? I mean, you figure overnight in Tucson, it gets down to a balmy 85. She's like, it's better than working that job in the daytime.
True.
You know, it's 110.
Man, you're climbing into all
Tucson,
those
Arizona.
spaces on those airplanes.
Yeah. But he loves it. And, you know, she's like, I go, is he, you know, because people go, oh, Arizona's great. And they live out there for a while. They're like, Jesus Christ. But she's like, yep, but he's never, ever going to live in Chicago weather again. I'm like, I understand that. I get it. But the tipping, okay, so I'm going to figure out if what's going on over there. And if I don't get any satisfaction from the woman behind the counter, I'm going to ask her. I'm going to go, hey, do your tips go to corporate?
And if it does, call up Subway corporate and pitch a fit.
Hello, is this Subway corporate?
Yes.
Hey, do you guys get tips from the franchisees?
Of course we do.
Cool. How would I give the person a tip?
Do you carry cash, sir?
I don't carry cash.
Well, that's a problem.
Excuse me, sorry.
If you had cash...
Excuse me, sorry. Hey, is this Subway tip line?
Yes, this is.
Carry cash?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, just give them cash. What's the problem? I mean,
Well,
if you
I'm
put
not
it on the
carrying...
card, of course it comes to us. What do you expect?
I'm sorry, hold on. I'm not carrying cash. That's why I paid with a card.
No, I understand, but what would you expect when you're paying a national chain with a card?
I thought that I would give them the tip. I thought the tip
How would they
go
get
to
the
them.
tip, sir?
That doesn't it just go through their into their pocket?
It doesn't just go. No. Have you ever used a credit card machine or an ATM, sir?
I'm sorry, hold please. Wait, I'm calling you. Why am I putting you on? Really, I lost the thread there. That was a little backwards.
It worked.
Hi, Subway corporate.
Hi.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. Let's put you on hold real quick. Yeah, Subway corporate.
Hi, I'm calling from the Subway here on 9th in Cleveland, Ohio.
On 9th in Cleveland.
Yes.
Yeah, let me just bring that up. Hold on, please. Yeah, I got it here.
Okay. I was wondering when I submit my tip, if it goes directly to this.
I'm sorry. Oh, you said submit my tip.
Oh, I did. When I try to.
Subway tip line.
Yes, I'm at the Subway here on 9th in Cleveland.
Yeah.
And I was just trying to find out if I tip my sandwich artist on the card, does it go directly to the sandwich artist or does it go to corporate?
It goes to the sandwich artist and then it comes to us. And then it goes back to the sandwich artist.
So how does that work?
So they get it and then they spend it and then they have to pay us back and then we give it back to them.
So it's like a personal expense.
Hold, please. That's if the franchisee doesn't pocket it.
Oh boy, that sounds unfortunate. What if I circumvent the system and carry cash?
Well, then you can pay in cash.
But I don't want to. I want to pay for the sandwich.
Under the table, under the counter, under the sneeze guard. You can pay under the. Excuse me, hold on. All right. Anyway, that's fun.
That's fun.
Uh-huh. Now I'm going to ask. Because usually, like, to a person, those locations are either managed or owned by someone of Indian descent, right? Their name will be on the door.
Yeah.
I know the one up here is, the one down Euclid is, the one by me is. There's one in Bay Village, like, that I forget is even there because it's in the corner of this strip mall. I never remember there's a Subway by me.
Is it the same franchisee? Like when you see those Indian names, is it the same person?
No, not the same. I don't think so. The same person, no.
A lot of times they own tons of them.
I had this period in college where I was dating a lot of Indian girls. And a couple of them, their dads owned a bunch of Subways.
Huh.
Because they're easy to get. I mean, if you've got the money, this is why they might be changing it now, but that's why there's so many Subway locations. Because they don't care about the separation. If you've got the franchisee fee, you can open up a Subway. They don't care if there's one right next door. That's why they had the most locations of any fast food chain anywhere. That might be changing, but because you can saturate the market to the point where nobody's making money. Because they're like, there's one 4 blocks away. How's that even work? But no, it wasn't the same person. Allin, Walmart employees are not allowed to take tips either. They can also not keep money found on the floor of the store. Well, my initial question would be how they know, except there's cameras every 4 inches in a Walmart. So,
but also, why would you tip a Walmart employee? Like you're tipping the Subway person for making your sandwich.
You know how they have Subway in Walmart?
Yeah.
Is that person considered a Walmart employee?
Oh, good question.
I
wonder if it's more like the guy helped you throw a TV in the car and you try to throw him a 5. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like I would do that anyway.
Yeah.
Here, take this. Thanks for your help, kid. It's for you.
Alan, does your Subway still have the gabagool? Mine got rid of the gabagool. I don't know. I get veggie. I don't.
Do any of them have capicola?
I don't think so.
We get the gabagool.
Right.
The BLT. Or no, what do they call it? BMT?
Yeah, BMT.
Medium, tasty, toasted?
I don't know what that stands for. But 100 years ago, when there was a Subway across the street from my dorm, I would get the BMT. There was the cold cut combo, and there was the BMT, and I still don't know what the BMT stands for.
Let's find out. I
thought it was Boston Mountain Time.
Bite my testicle.
Sure! Bite? Yeah.
Subway.
Can I get a foot-long bite my testicle and liberal on the fixins, Hussam?
It says it's named after the Brooklyn Manhattan Transit System. Brooklyn Manhattan Transit. BMT. Biggest, meatiest, tastiest.
Well, it's funny because back in the day, remember the wallpaper at the OG Subways was the old-timey New York subway system. And then, so a sandwich named after the band Manhattan Transfer?
No.
That seems either wrong or wrong-headed.
Makes sense with footlong, though, doesn't it?
Manhattan Transfer? Terrible. This doesn't make me hungry. It makes me, oh, God. What?
I mean, I could eat.
Okay, we got to go. Get the hell out of here. Alan Night Moves has a naked 16-year-old Melanie Griffith in it.
What?
Like that, I was talking about that movie with Harris Yulin and Gene Hackman. I go, he was in a great Gene Hackman movie in the 70s called Night Moves.
Oh.
Person texted me, Melanie Griffith naked and 16 in there. Well, now I have to pretend I'm not going to go watch it. All right, we got to go. Thanks for hanging out. Good to be back. We will be back tomorrow.
Maybe.
Maybe.
Allegedly.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know. I like stirring up the controversy wheel again.
Okay, yeah. I'll be back in Willoughby tomorrow night, by the way, too. We're continuing with the Michelob Ultra soccer thing, trying to get people to FIFA World Cup 2026. So I'm going to be tomorrow night at Spirits in Willoughby. But the whole schedule, because I'm out Thursday, Friday, Saturday night for this. Go to WMMS.com at the contest page. How can people get a hold of you, Rob?
WMMS Rob on Instagram.
All right. I'm Alan Cox Show on all these. The program will be available for you anywhere you get your podcasts. this show will show up. If you listen on our iHeartRadio app, you can drop messages to us, the talkback button, otherwise voicemails on the After Hours line, 216-986-8903. Corey Roddick is next. No Guardians tonight. They've already played today. And paying homage to the Beach Boys, right? We're throwing in Beach Boys tonight for Brian Wilson?
Yeah, we're going to do 3 right at 6:30-ish when we're done. And then the top of every hour. So 3 at 7, 3 at 8, 3 at 9. Do the rest.
All right. Sly and the Family Stone, I guess you can go screw yourself. And we will talk to you tomorrow. Thanks for hanging out. I will see you in hell.
And now I must leave you as the Brady Bunch is on, and I find 4 of those children incredibly arousing. Get out of here.
Be careful of what you say. Be careful in every way.